and gentlemen, welcome back to the campus of Compton College and the showcase field of the Major League Baseball Youth Academy for CCL Baseball and tonight's matchup featuring the visiting Orange County Riptide and the home team, your Academy Parents. For the first pitch, here are 18 friendly reminders to enhance your entire game experience. The CCL and the county parents have assigned a high priority to ensuring all athletic events are conducted in a safe and enjoyable atmosphere. In compliance with the CCL Spirit Code, please respect all fans in attendance. We request your cooperation and support participants and officials in a positive manner. Profanity, racial, or sexist comments or other intimidating actions directed at officials, coaches, student athletes, or other team representatives will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the site of competition. For your safety and for those arriving in the seating area, please be on handler for any foul balls or any of the four elements that may leave the field of play and enter to the stands at a high rate of speed at any time during tonight's game. The county parents are not responsible for any damage. So again, for your convenience, restrooms are located just behind the press box here at the Youth Academy. Head on down those red stairs behind the press box and head on over to your right for men's and women's restrooms. Don't forget
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the MLB Urban Youth Academy here in the city of Compton. Happy Thursday to everybody listening. It's a wonderful evening for baseball as your Academy Barons will look to bounce back into the win column tonight against the Orange County Riptide. My name is Noah Alvarez. Glad you could join us in on this Thursday evening, or if you're listening to the replay at a later date. Currently 73 degrees here in the city of Compton. Your Barons are back in action after having a day off yesterday, and today will begin their first of 4 games in 4 straight days. Game number 11 on the season as the Barons look to find their footing here in the 3rd week of the California Collegiate League. Let's go ahead and introduce you to the 2 teams facing off this evening. In the third base dugout, it's your Academy Barons. The Barons are 4-6 this summer after starting the season 3-1. They have gone 1-5 since. Some of those games have been really painful losses, too, where the Barons were either tied or leading late in the game but couldn't find a way to finish on top. We'll find out if they can turn things back in their favor tonight against the Orange County Riptide. The Barons are led by manager Kenny Landro, who is a native of Compton himself, went to Dominguez High School, and played for the Los Angeles Dodgers and won a World Series in 1981. The Barons opened up their season against the San Diego Sunrays on June 6 and came out victorious by a score of 2-0. Their last game was this Tuesday against the Arroyo Seco Saints, in which they blew a 4-3 lead in the 7th inning and fell short to the Saints by a score of 7-4. Again, I'm Noah Alvarez. Thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball. Assistants on the Academy Barons staff, James Bishop, Lorenzo Gray, and pitching coach AJ Monterez. Over on the first base dugout, it's the Riptide from Orange County. They enter tonight with a record of 4-5 on the season and are coming off a win Tuesday night over the San Diego Sunrays. They are led by head coach Connor Spencer, who was quite a player himself at Tesoro High School back in the day and currently serves as the Director of Player Development at Cal State Fullerton. He is in his 2nd year as the head of the program. He took over in 2023 in his first year as the head coach. Both Spencer and Landro standing at near home plate with the umpires discussing some things. There was just about 3 minutes away from first pitch here tonight at the MLB Urban Youth Academy. Also on the Riptide's coaching staff are assistants Matt Smith and Brian Connor. Something to take note on, the Riptide have struggled with the Sunrays this season, a team that the Barons have had a lot of success, going 1-2 in their 3 meetings. So we'll see how the Riptide fare against the Barons tonight in their first meeting of the season. Again, we're just about ready for the top of the 1st inning, so we'll get you the starting lineups as well as the starting defense for your Barons here ahead of the top of the 1st when we come back after the national anthem. Back here at the Academy, just about ready for the top of the first inning here at the MLB Urban Youth Academy. Again, I'm Noah Alvarez. Let's see if this camera will be working. There we go. Again, we're here at the MLB Urban Youth Academy. The Barons are about to start their 11th game on the season, and they're taking on the Orange County Riptide for the first time this year. Again, I'm Noah Alvarez. The Barons are 4-6, while the Riptide are 4-5. So both teams are looking for win number 5 on the season. The Barons are currently trailing the OC Riptide, so a win here would move them up in the CCL South Division. Again, both teams are in the CCL California Collegiate League. And this is game number 11 on the season for the Academy Barons. Let's go ahead and get you the starting lineup for the OC Riptide and the starting defense for your Academy Barons. Batting leadoff and playing left field is Michael Diaz. Over in the 2 spot is Patrick Hackworth, the shortstop. Batting third and playing right field will be Jake Brown for the Orange County Riptide. In the cleanup spot is the DH Ace Reese. Batting fifth and playing first base, Nathan Cadena. Batting sixth and playing third base is Rocco Gump. The second baseman, Luke Johnson, will be batting 7th in the lineup for the Riptide. In the 8th spot, it's the catcher, Anthony Mornell IV. And batting 9th, rounding out the order, is Jackson Kemmer, the center fielder. On the mound for your Academy Barons, wearing number 29, making his 4th appearance on the season, it's Lino Zepeda. He's a right-hander from East Los Angeles Community College, ELAC, the Huskies, and was a member of the Huskies baseball team the past 2 years, along with teammate Nathan Mertens. The pitcher for the Orange County Riptide, who we'll see in the bottom of the first, is Luis Becerra. We'll introduce you to him in the bottom of the first inning. Again, just about ready for the top of the first. Barons hosting the Orange County Riptide here on this Thursday evening in the city of Compton. It's a nice summer evening. We've been saying that a lot. I know things are going to warm up here later in the week. Temperatures projected to hit in the 90s later this weekend. Saturday and Sunday highs of 88 and 90 depending on where you're at in Southern California. Could get a little hotter. But again, right now, currently 73 in the city of Compton. Can't complain. Got a nice breeze at our backs as the wind's blowing out towards right field, toward the corner, towards the bullpen. So if across the diamond, third to first. So again, Lino Zepeda stepping back onto the mound, just about ready for the first pitch today. Stepping into the batter's box is the left-handed hitter, left fielder, Michael Diaz. First pitch from Zepeda is fouled back into the netting. That's how we get things started. 0-1 to the left-handed hitter, Michael Diaz. Diaz wears number 24. He's a senior from Grand Canyon University. Batting leadoff for the Riptide. This one does find the zone. 0-2 the count quickly on the leadoff hitter. Missing high and wide. We'll get you the starting defense as it'll be Efren Ortega making his first start on the season behind the plate for the Barons. A high schooler from Birmingham High School over in the San Fernando Valley. Zepeda with the 1-2. This one's lifted into the air into shallow right. Going back is Lena, but coming in is the right fielder. That's a new body today we're getting to see for the first time, Dylan Kordick. Let's go ahead and get you the starting defense for the Barons, as there's one out here in the top of the first. Again, behind the plate, Efren Ortega. Over at third, it's Colin Taylor from LA Valley. At shortstop, Evan Cornwell. Dylan Lena will be playing second tonight, while Andrew Kirchner will be rounding off the infield, playing first base. In the outfield from right to left, you already saw Dylan Kordick in right, Zach Freeman in center, and Deuce Robinson will be the left fielder tonight. The defense for your Academy Barons. First pitch from Lena Zepeda to the two-hitter, Patrick Hackworth. The shortstop is in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. Again, top of the first inning here. This one missing high and wide. 1-1. Zepeda from the windup. Breaking ball misses outside. 2-1 the count. He made 10 appearances for the Huskies this past spring in 2024. Started 9 games. This one fouled at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Getting his first start on the summer for the Barons. The other 2 appearances have come out of the bullpen as he gets Patrick Hackworth to swing and miss at that one. That's strike number 3, out number 2.
Give him the win for the Riptide, the right fielder number 28, Jake Brown.
In 3 appearances this season, Zepeda's gone 4 2/3 of an inning, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, and 2 strikeouts. That's now his 3rd strikeout on the summer season. There's 2 outs. Efren Ortega sets up outside to the number 3 hitter who we're seeing for the first time, Jake Brown. This one misses downstairs, 1-0 the count to the right fielder, wearing number 28 from California Baptist University. Missing outside, 2-0 the count. Two-0 count, and he gets Brown to swing through that one. 2-1 the count now. In at 86 miles per hour from the righty. On the windup, he starts from the third base side of the runner. This one, waved at and missed, a 78-mile-per-hour slider. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the number 3 hitter. There's 2 outs here in the top of the first. Zepeda delivers a 2-2, missing upstairs. Try to get him to chase. Good discipline from Brown. On deck is the DH ace, Reese. Here's the payoff pitch from Zepeda. This one's hit on the ground over to the shortstop, Cornwell. Cornwell ranging to his left. Oh, Kirchner can't come up with the pick cleanly, so reaching first safely is Jake Brown. And so the inning is extended to the number 4 hitter. So E6 on the throw by Cornwell. Wasn't a bad throw, but Kirchner wasn't able to pick it out. So you give the error to the shortstop. So now Zepeda will have to pick up a figurative 4th out. Brown's over there at first base. This one does catch the outer half. 0-1 the count to the DH, hitting from the left side. Wearing number 1, currently leading the team, hitting .419 on the year. Has 13 hits and 31 ABs. This one hit over on the right side and past Dylan Lena, so that's a single for the cleanup hitter, Reese. And now there's 2 runners on. So runners on first and second. 2 outs here in the top of the first. In steps the first baseman, Nathan Cadena. Two runners on, 2 outs. Zepeda, first pitch to Cadena, misses upstairs. Again, Barron's looking for win number 5 on the season. First match against the OC Riptide, 1-1 on the year. Barons are led by Kenny Landro, while the Riptide are led by Connor Spencer in his 2nd year as the head of the Riptide. This one gets away from Ortega. Runners stay put at where they're at. Two balls, one strike to count with 2 outs. Runners on first and second. This one does catch the inner half. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the number 5 hitter. This one hit out of play to the right side, so the first baseman putting up a battle here. Again, this inning was extended on a grounder over to the shortstop Cornwell. It was a low throw. Kirchner had it in his glove, but it scooped out of his glove as he lifted it on the pick attempt. And after the error, Reese followed up with a single. This one swung on and missed, so Lino Zapato's able to get the third and final out via the strikeout. Both runners are stranded at first and second. Again, thanks for tuning in to the Barons Baseball here on the MLB Urban Youth Academy Baseball channel. We're going to go to the bottom of the first now, and so that means your Barons are due up here in the lineup. Again, they're the host team hosting the Orange County Riptide. We'll get you the defense for the Riptide as well here in the bottom of the first. Batting leadoff is the shortstop, Evan Cornwell. In the 2 spot, it's Zach Freeman, the center fielder. Batting third and playing right field is Dylan Kordick. Second baseman Dylan Lina will be batting cleanup tonight for the Barons. In the 5 spot, it's left fielder Deuce Robinson. First baseman Andrew Kirchner will be batting 6th in the lineup tonight. Colin Taylor, the third baseman, will be batting 7th. In the 8th spot, it's Adam Arroyo, the DH. And batting 9th, doing the catching for the Barons is Efren Ortega. That's the starting 9. As we got you the visuals here, again, that's the starting line. Cornwell, Freeman, and Kordick are due up first here in the bottom of the first. And on the mound for the Orange County Riptide, wearing number 17, it's a big right-hander by the name of Luis Becerra. Becerra is a right-hander from Cal Baptist University. We saw his teammate Jake Brown reach on an error, but he made 1 start already this season for the Orange County Riptide. He pitched 5 innings against the Ventura County Pirates and ended up with the win. He only gave up 1 run, 2 hits, 7 strikeouts, and 1 walk. That was a week ago today, last Thursday, in a 14-5 win over the Ventura County Pirates. And so he's making his 2nd start on the season, his 3rd appearance on the year. His first was a relief appearance against the Arroyo Seco Saints back on June 9th, back on the opening weekend. So again, it's his 3rd appearance, 2nd start on the season. Luis Becerra on the mound. And we're just about ready as Evan Cornwell steps in, fouls this one off. 0-1 the count to the shortstop batting in the leadoff spot. Cornwell is a senior from Post University. This one hit into the infield over to the second baseman, and that's out number 1. So a soft liner to the second baseman. It was dying on his way down as it reached below the knees. Get you the defense as behind the plate is Anthony Marnell, the 4th. Over at third, Rocco Gump. At short, Patrick Hackworth. Over at second, Luke Johnson, and Nathan Cadena at first. First pitch to Zach Freeman's over for a strike. 0-1 the count in at 88 miles per hour. Missing downstairs and skipping away from the catcher Marnell. 1-1 the count. Freeman hitting .333 on the season, making his 9th start on the year. Two and 1 the count to the center fielder. He hits this one on the ground to the right side, and it gets on into right field as it's a 1-out single for the Barons here. They have their first base runner. It's the 11th hit on the season for the outfielder from Ohio State University. He has some good speed as well. 2 for 3, 2 of 3 in stolen base attempts on the year. Got caught stealing on Tuesday night. against the Arroyo Seco Saints. Freeman is aboard on first, and in steps Dylan Kordick, making his first start on the year for the Barons. Left-handed hitter from Cal Poly Slow, San Luis Obispo. Want to know the count? Also listed as a first baseman, so we could see him playing first base later on in the summer. This one's hit high up into the air, but it's going to drift foul out of play to the left side. Oh, no, it's in play for the third baseman. Jumped the gun there, and Rocco Gump makes the catch up against the wall on the railing over there. A pop out to the third baseman in foul territory for out number 2. Tough angle here, but Rocco Gump stayed with it. Just enough room up against the padding over there. That'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Dylan Lena. Lena went 0 for 4 with a walk in Tuesday's loss to the Saints. This one hit high up into the air, but also not going to leave the infield. Coming in is the second baseman, Johnson. Johnson near second base, shields his eyes from the sun, and makes that catch for out number 3. So Freeman does reach safely, however. No one's able to move him over and drive him in to score. So through one complete inning, fast-paced game thus far. We're heading to the top of the second. Things remain scoreless here between the Orange County Riptide and the Academy Barons. Again, I'm Noah Alvarez. We'll be right back with the top of the second in just a moment. About to be the top of the second here. Lino Zapata still on the mound for your Barons. He'll face the 6, 7, 8 hitters. Rocco Gump will lead things off, followed by Luke Johnson. And due up in the hole is Anthony Marnell the 4th. So those are the 3 due up here in the top of the second. Again, things are scoreless here at the MLB Urban Youth Academy. Nice evening for baseball here on this Thursday, June 20th. Gump will hit from the left side, wearing number 12. Made that catch in foul territory earlier in the bottom of the first. First pitch is in the dirt to him, 1-0 the count. And this is the second of 3 home games on the week for the Barons. Next one will be on Saturday as they take on the Ventura County Pirates. This one misses upstairs, 2-0 the count. Barons started the season 3-1, however, have lost one of their, have gone 1-5 since. Ooh, nice pitch there as he gets Gump to swing through that one. 2-1 the count. This one does catch the outer half. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two-two count to the third baseman, Gump. Zapata with the 2-2. Ooh, the breaking pitch nearly catches the outer half. Just missing, and that's ball 3. Gump on the season, hitting .333. Second on the team in batting average. 10 hits and 30 ABs. This pitch, the payoff pitch, and it's a late ring-up call as Gump was heading down already to first base, nearly halfway before the home plate umpire rings him up. So Gump goes down looking. Zepeda gets his third strikeout of the outing thus far, and there's one out here in the top of the second.
Over to the plate for the Riptide, second baseman number 18, Luke Johnson.
Now it'll be the second baseman, Luke Johnson. Ooh, there's a breaking ball in there for a first pitch strike. He gets Johnson to chase the high fastball. 0-2 the count. The last appearance Zepeda made was last Thursday when the Barons traveled to Thousand Oaks to take on the Conejo Oaks. This one, another strikeout, and Zepeda punches out his fourth batter of the outing. 2 outs here in the top of the second. Zepeda's on a roll. 4 strikeouts here through the 5 batters that he's faced. And in steps the catcher, Anthony Marnell. Wearing number 44, also hitting from the left side. Running away from the left-hander. Misses outside, 1-0 the count. Again, Efren Ortega behind the plate. Taylor's at third. Cornwell's over at short. This one misses upstairs. At second, it's Dylan Lena. Andrew Kirchner at first. Cordick in right. Zach Freeman in center. And Deuce Robinson in left. 2-0 count to the Riptide catcher. Marnell the fourth, and he was out in front on that one. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here in the top of the second, there's 2 outs. Zepeda misses a spot inside. 3-1 the count to the 8-hitter. On deck is the center fielder, Jackson Kemmer. This one does find the zone, and that's strike 2. Zepeda 1 strike away from working a 1-2-3 top of the second. Here's the payoff pitch from Zepeda, and it's fouled back into the netting. So we'll do it again at a full count. On deck is the center fielder, Jackson Kemmer. Two outs, nobody on. Marnell the fourth waits. The 3-2 from Zepeda, and this one's also fouled off. Out of play to the left side. Due up in the bottom of the second. The 5-hitter, Deuce Robinson, will lead things off. He's over in left field. Three-two. This one dotted on the outer hat. No. I think we all kind of assumed that was going to be strike 3. However, it's a walk for Marnell. So he reaches first base. Maybe a tad bit out of the zone. We saw a very similar pitch get called strike 3 when it was Rocco Gump at the plate. But that one was ruled ball. This one hit right over the shortstop, Cornwell, and that's going to go into left center. Freeman does cut it off from preventing hitting the wall, and he missed his cutoff spot there as Kirchner gets over there late, but there's runners at second and third now. So again, because of the ball 4 called by the home plate umpire, there's now runners at second and third. Back-to-back innings. Now the inning has been extended on Lino Zepeda. In the first, it was an error by his shortstop, Cornwell. However, here in the top of the second, a questionable ball 4 called. And now there's runners on second and third. In steps the leadoff hitter, Michael Diaz. He flew out to right field in his first plate appearance. First pitch to Diaz, misses down. And Riptide are 4-5 on the season. Barons are 4-6. Missing the outer half. 2-0 the count. Zepeda from the stretch. Kicks, delivers. This one is over for a strike. Nice frame there by Efren Ortega, the catcher. Making his first start on the season. We've now seen 5 catchers for the Academy Barons. 2-1. Drifts outside. It's now a 3-1 count to the left fielder. On deck is the shortstop Patrick Hackworth. Zepeda comes set. This one hit into center field, and Zach Freeman's going to charge it, but it's going to bounce in front of him. Here's the throw over to Kirchner. He's going to let it go. And now Ortega can gun out the runner over at second. Here's the throw down, and he's out. So a 2 RBI single for Michael Diaz. However, he's gunned out over at second base on a nice throw. Heads up throw by Efren Ortega. He took off late. Ruled at 8-2 to 4. However, 2 runs do come across to score, and again, it was a questionable ball 4 call by the home plate umpire. That extended the inning with 2 outs. Jackson Kermer hit a 2-out double, and so with 2 runners in scoring position, Michael Diaz was able to knock both of them in. They now have a 2-0 lead here as we transition to the bottom of the second. Again, some tough breaks as of late for the Academy Barons. Last game, they had a 4-3 lead over the Arroyo Seco Saints. However, couldn't hang on to the lead and fell short to the Saints this past Tuesday on June 18th. Losing the game for the Barons, or getting the loss, was Grant Ferris, the left-hander from Golden West. Again, that was their 6th loss on the season, losing by a final score of 5-4. Then on Sunday, back on Father's Day, the Barons came up short against the Foresters, 7-2. Foresters had a good pitching performance, and the Barons couldn't find a way to get more hits as they only had 1 hit as a team. However, a lot of walks were issued, and they did come across with 2 runs. And then last Saturday, they took on the Conejo Oaks. Were leading 8-7. It was a battle of back and forth. No, they were leading 7-4, excuse me. The Oaks came back and tied it. It was 7-7, then 8-7, and then 11-7 in the last bottom of the 9th inning. The Barons were able to put across 1 run, but it was a little too late as they lost 11-8. Again, that was last Saturday. So currently on a 3-game losing streak, but they've had some leads late in the games or have been tied against these opponents, just unable to finish on top. So now we'll see the 5-hitter, Deuce Robinson, here in the bottom of the second, the 2-sport athlete over at USC. This one's fouled off, out of play. Owen won the count to the left fielder. This one, off speed pitch. Robinson comes up empty. 0-2. Making his 8th start on the year for the Barons this summer. This one, breaking ball that's fouled off out of play to the right side. We'll do it again, 0-2. And Robinson started on Tuesday, went 1 for 3 at the plate with the walk. Also had his first stolen base on the season. Here's the 0-2. This one hit high up into the air, but it's going to go foul out of play to the left side. Deuce Robinson followed by Andrew Kirchner and then Colin Taylor. On the mound, it's still Luis Becerra, the right-hander from Cal Baptist University. This one misses in the dirt. Good discipline there by Robinson. You've seen an improvement on his plate approach and his plate discipline. Those breaking balls gave him a lot of trouble early on in the summer season. However, he's been able to better see those out the hand. This one missing inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, he's a freshman. Appeared in 4 games for the Trojans baseball season this past spring, but also played in all but 2 games for the football team in fall. And there's the breaking ball. Robinson can't handle it and goes down via the strikeout for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 2nd. So Robinson's retired, and that'll bring up the first baseman, Andrew Kirchner, committed to Cal State Fullerton. Played at Golden West the past 2 seasons. Hits from the left side, wears number 9. Got the day off on Tuesday as Maximus Berber made his first start at first base against the Arroyo Seco Saints. Owen won the count. This one misses. 1-1 now. Kirchner has 6 hits and 32 ABs. This one hit out of play to the left side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kirchner does have 1 of 3 home runs on the team. This one hit into right field. I think that's going to drop, and it does, right in front of the right fielder. So it's a 1-out single here for the Barons. In the bottom of the 2nd, they're trailing 2-0. Let's get you the defense for the Riptide. Anthony Marnell, the 4th, is behind the plate. At first, Nathan Cadena. Luke Johnson's at 2nd. It's Patrick Hackworth at short. And over at 3rd, it's Rocco Gump. In right field, Jake Brown. Center field, Jackson Kemmer. And over in left, Michael Diaz. In steps Colin Taylor, the 3rd baseman from LA Valley. Was a freshman this past year. 1 out in the inning. Throw over to first as Cadena, holding the runner, applies the tag, but Kirchner's back in safely. First pitch to Colin Taylor is smoked right to the 3rd baseman, Gump. Now he fires over to first, but it's not going to be in time. Gump had to get some air over there at 3rd base. A line out, and he had to climb the ladder to get that one. Out number 2. Luckily for the Barons, Kirchner wasn't doubled off and was able to hustle back. And in steps Adam Arroyo doing the DH duties for the Barons tonight. Got the night off Tuesday. It was Aiden Garcia behind the plate with Andrew Pyle doing the DH duties. Owen won the count to Arroyo, junior from Hope International University. This one chopped over to the left side. 0-2 the count. Arroyo also has a home run on the season to go along with 6 RBIs. He had a walk-off single last Tuesday against the San Diego Sunrays in the bottom of the 9th. He chases one in the dirt. They'll have to make the throw over to first. Marnell fires over to Cadena, and that's out number 3. So another runner reaches first. However, the Barons are unable to move him over and push him across to score. We're now going to the top of the 3rd inning. Riptide taking on the Barons here at the MLB Urban Youth Academy. And just want to remind you that you can tune into all the home games here at the MLB Academy Barons YouTube channel. However, strongly suggest you make it out to the MLB Urban Youth Academy here on the campus of Compton College, right off the 91 freeway and Santa Fe Avenue. It's a nice ballpark, plenty of shade for you as well. Again, one more opportunity this week as they will host the Ventura County Pirates this Saturday. First pitch scheduled at 6:05 p.m. They'll go on the road in 2 of the next 3 days. Tomorrow they'll take on the Arroyo Seco Saints, and Sunday as well, both in Pasadena. Again, they lost to the Saints on Tuesday by a score of 5-4. It will still be Lino Zepeda on the mound when we return. 2-3-4 do up here for the Riptide when we come back. Just about ready for the top of the third inning here. Again, Patrick Hackworth, the shortstop, will lead things off, wearing number 3. The Riptide got 2 runs over in the top of the second. Again, there was a full count on Anthony Marnell, the catcher. There was a pitch on the border, but home plate umpire ruled it a ball. Extended the inning. Next batter doubled. And with 2 runners in scoring position, Michael Diaz hit a 2 RBI single. He was caught trying to extend it to a double by a nice throw by the catcher, Efren Ortega. This one hit high up into the air on the right side of the infield. Lena's going to drift into the outfield grass. And can't get to that one, as that one hung up in the air a long time. None of the outfielders were able to get to it as well, so it's going to be an error on the second baseman, Lena. So the defense not helping out Zepeda here in this start. Again, it's his first start on the season. The right-hander from East Los Angeles College. That brings up the right-handed hitting right fielder, Jake Brown. Want to know the count? Zepeda working from the stretch. This one's in there. 1-1 the call. This one does catch the zone. Again, it's Efren Ortega behind the plate. Over at third, Colin Taylor. Cornwell's at short. Lena's at second. And Kirchner's holding the runner over at first. This one hit into right center field. Zach Freeman drifting over to his left. Can he get to it? No, he cannot. Has to play it on a hop. Gets it bare hand. And in comes the throw quickly to Cornwell. But it's a double for the right fielder, Jake Brown. Moving to third is Patrick Hackworth. He had to wait to see if Freeman was going to get to that ball or not. Now 2 runners are in scoring position here. Again, Barron's trailing 2-0 here in the top of the third. Ortega is going to walk out to the mound. He was set up outside on that last pitch. And fastball caught a lot of the plate. No problem there for Jake Brown as he sends it into right center. Still nobody out, and the infield will play at the edge of the grass. So the infield coming in for the left-handed hitting DH, Ace Reese. He had a single back in the top of the first. First pitch from Zepeda. Misses high and wide. In the first meeting between these two teams this summer, Orange County Riptide taking on the Academy Barons here in Compton. Zepeda also missing upstairs with that one. 2-0 the count to the cleanup hitter. This one misses downstairs, so Zepeda working very carefully around Reese. Hasn't given him a fastball yet in the AB. Might want to face the 5-hitter, Nathan Cadena, who's on deck. Here's the 3-0. This one misses inside. So now the bases are loaded, but the Barons do have a force at any base. Looks like Monterez is going to go ahead and talk to his pitcher, Zepeda, along with his catcher, Efren Ortega. So the first mound visit. See a couple arms warming up in the bullpen for the Academy Barons. Again, thanks for tuning in to Academy Barons Baseball. This is game number 2 on the week. Barons have 5 games, as tomorrow they'll travel to Pasadena to take on the Arroyo Seco Saints. It'll be their second road game of the season. They've had a lot of games here at the Academy. Of their 11 games, 10 have been here. They only had 1 road game last week against the Conejo Oaks. So early on here in the summer, having a lot of opportunities for their home crowd to come out to 2 road games this week. So it'll be the first baseman, Nathan Cadena, who hits from the right side.
First baseman number 14, Nathan Cadena.
Cadena struck out swinging to end the top of the first with runners on first and second. There is a first pitch breaking ball for a strike, 1-0 the count. Third baseman Colin Taylor playing even with the bag, but everyone else at regular depth. This one fouled back to the backstop. It's now an 0-2 count. Again, bases loaded, nobody out here in the top of the third. Zepeda and the Barons looking to work out of a jam. Zepeda steps off. At third, it's Hackworth. Brown's at second, and Reese is over at first. This one, check swing. They appealed down to first, and they said, yes, he did. So it's the second strikeout for Nathan Cadena, and a big first out for Lena Zepeda and the Barons here in the top of the third. Bases remain loaded, but now Kenny Landro is going to make that long walk over to the mound. Looks like that's going to spell the end for Lena Zepeda. So a new pitcher to tell you about, wearing number 6. It's a left-hander from Compton College, so played here during the spring of 2024. It's Miles Hughes. We'll tell you a little bit more about Miles Hughes, as well as give you the final line for Lena Zepeda. Remember, he is responsible for all the runners on base. Currently bases loaded. 1 out here in the top of the third. Again, Miles Hughes, the new pitcher, when we come back. So the new pitcher, again, Miles Hughes, he'll take over for Lena Zepeda. The bases are loaded here in the top of the third. Miles Hughes will make his 3rd appearance on the season. He's pitched 3 innings on the year, has given up 4 hits, 3 runs, 3 walks to go along with 6 strikeouts. Played at Compton College this past spring, however, is committed to Cal State Northridge, CSUN. So Hughes, a left-hander from the city of Carson, went to Carson High School. Again, played for the Compton Tartars, who play their home games here at the MLB Urban Youth Academy. So very familiar with this field. Went to Cerritos College his freshman year, and then transferred to Compton College as a sophomore. Again, went to Carson High School, played for the Colts. Was a 2-way player for Compton College. Played outfield and pitcher. Had 4 ABs on the season, but also made 4 appearances as a reliever for the Compton Tartars baseball team this spring. Again, Miles Hughes, the new man on the mound in relief of Lena Zepeda. Bases are loaded. There's a lot of lefties in the lineup, so good chess move here to throw in the lefty Hughes, as he will first take on Rocco Gump, the 3rd baseman. Hughes pitches from the 3rd base side of the rubber. Spaghetti move over to second. Ooh, Cornwell had to hustle over to get that one as Hughes floated it over. Cornwell kind of stopped as the second base got runner on second, boxed him out. The runners stay put. Again, Hackworth's over at third, Brown's the runner at second, and Reese is over at first. Infield at normal play depth. Ooh, nice pitch there by Miles Hughes as he gets Gump to check his swing, but he did go around. So first pitch breaking ball from Hughes. There's another breaking ball, and this one's hit into center field. Zach Freeman comes in a couple steps, sets up to make the throw home. He now throws over to third as the runner from third tagging up is Hackworth. The runner from second not tagging up on the throw, so it's a sac fly RBI for Gump. Would have been tough to get that runner over at the plate, so you see the idea that Freeman had, but his infield was set up for him to cut home. Two outs. The third run has come across for the Riptide. There's now runners on first and second. Miles Hughes trying to get out. Luke Johnson, the second baseman. Missing inside. 1-0 the count. Johnson from Cornell University. Went to Trabuco Hills High School down in Orange County. This one misses in the dirt. 2-0 the count. Johnson struck out swinging back in the top of the second in his first AB. Brown's over at second base. Reese is the runner at first. 2 outs here in the top of the third. Hughes delivers on home. A miss there by the lefty. Now runs the count 3-0. On deck is the catcher, Anthony Marnell IV. This one in over for a strike. 3-1 the count, as Hughes will have to battle back into it. Here's the 3-1 from Hughes. This one swung on and missed, so he's battled back to run the count full. 3-2 now the count to Luke Johnson. 2 out. Expect the runners to be moving on the pitch. Hughes kicks, delivers on home. This one fouled right back into the netting. And so we'll do it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. A runner in scoring position, 2 runners on, and Luke Johnson at the plate. Runners take off, and this one smoked into left field. Deuce Robinson's going back, approaching the wall, and has no chance at trying to rob that one. It's a 3-run home run off the bat of Luke Johnson. So just like that, it's now a 6-0 game here in the top of the third. 2 of those runs will go charged to Lino Zepeda. So he does give up 5 runs in his outing. The 6th coming off of Miles Hughes. One of those runs isn't earned as the inning led off with the catchable pop fly in shallow right center. Lino wasn't able to handle it. So that's how the inning started. Jake Brown was able to get a double after that. They walked Reese. Were able to get Cadena to strike out, and in came Hughes. This one, big breaking ball for a first pitch strike to Anthony Marnell IV. Catcher is a switch hitter from Oregon State University. This one also into the zone. So a breaking ball, then fastball. Let's see what he throws here. Up 0-2. Again, Hughes, the new pitcher. 2 outs here in the top of the third. This one, and he gets Marnell to go down swinging for out number 3. But it's a big inning for the Riptide as 4 runs come across, 3 of them on the 3-run home run by Luke Johnson. And now the Riptide have a 6-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the third. So the Barons will have to get their offense going quickly if they want to stay into this game. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball here on the Academy Barons YouTube channel, where you can find all the home games this season. Next home game will be on Saturday as they take on the Ventura County Pirates. Again, Saturday at 6:05. You can come to the ballpark. Highly recommend you do. But if you can't make it, check us out on the YouTube channel as the Barons will take on the Ventura County Pirates for the first time this season. We turn things over to the bottom of the third. Due up 9-1-2. We'll see Efren Ortega for the first time. And then see Evan Cornwell and Zach Freeman get their second at-bats on the evening. We'll be right back after a quick break. Back here at the MLB Urban Youth Academy, just about ready for the bottom of the third. Efren Ortega will get his first ABs on the summer season.
Looking off the bottom of the third for the Barons, the catcher, number 16, Efren Ortega.
Again, Riptide currently leads 6-0. First pitch to Ortega misses inside. Wearing number 16, the high school senior, just graduated in the spring of 2024. 1-1 the count. We've now seen 5 catchers start for the Barons this season. Ortega does check his swing. They peel down to first, 2-1 the count after the first base umpire said he did not go around. From the city of Sylmar, which is over in the San Fernando Valley, Ortega awaits the 2-1, fouls this one out of play to the right side. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Went to the DNA Prep Academy over in the city of Chatsworth, a school that's from 3rd grade to 12th grade. This one misses inside. And so now the young catcher has a 3-2 count. And they're chasing 6 runs here, so Barons need a base runner to keep themselves in it. Becerra delivers on the 3-2, and there's a delayed strike 3 call again by the home plate umpire. Efren Ortega goes down looking.
Coming to the plate for the Barons, shortstop, number 5, Evan Cornwell.
Strike 3 called there on Efren Ortega. He's out number 1 on the strikeout. Evan Cornwell will get his second at-bat on the evening, lined out to second. Thought about showing bunt, pulled it back, and it was ruled a strike regardless. 88 on the radar gun by Luis Becerra. This one's driven into shallow center. The shortstop dives, but can't make the catch, so it's a 1-out single for Cornwell. Good hustle there by the shortstop Hackworth, but was maybe about half a foot, 6 inches away from it. So Cornwell picks up his first hit on the evening. It's hit number 3 for the Barons. They have a hit in each of the innings now. Let's see if they can drive that runner around to score. Zach Freeman now sends this one to the opposite field. Diaz finds it, runs to his right, and makes the catch for out number 2.
Coming to the plate for the Barons.
So quick second out.
Number 26, Dylan Corday.
Becerra's only thrown 34 pitches on the outing, so he's making quick work of the Barons. And in steps the 3-hitter, Dylan Cordick. Again, making his first start on the season. Getting his first ABs on the season for the Barons from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Went to Golden West College in 2023 and then transferred to play for the Mustangs this past spring. Started 49 games. Hit .303 on the year. He awaits the first pitch, and this one misses outside. Cordick hits from the left side. Runner at first with 2 outs. This one does graze the outer half. 1-1 the count. Cadena holding the runner at first. This one's hit into left center. Going back is Diaz. Can he get to it? Oh, and he does make the catch right in front of the track over there in deep left center. It's allowed out number 3. And the Barons strand another runner over there at first base. So they're trailing 6-0 here as we head to the top of the 4th. Evan Cornwell was stranded over at first. Leading things off in the bottom of the 4th for the Barons will be Dylan Alina. Miles Hughes will return to the mound for the Academy Barons. Again, the left-hander from Compton College, committed to Cal State Northridge. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball here. Barons are currently riding a 3-game losing streak, and some of those losses have been very heartbreaking ones. Saturday against the Conejo Oaks, the Barons were able to jump out to an early 3-0 lead. However, in the 5th inning, the Oaks took the lead again by a score of 4-3. Then in the bottom of the 7th, the Barons were able to push across 4 runs and were able to take a 7-4 lead over the Conejo Oaks. However, in the 8th and the 9th inning, they allowed 7 combined runs, 3 in the 8th, 4 in the 9th, and that really deflated the Barons as they came up short by a score of 11-8. That was last Saturday, but again, had a good opportunity to get a win against the Oaks, just unable to finish. Against Santa Barbara, their offense couldn't get it going as they fouled to the Foresters by a score of 7-2. And then against the Arroyo Seco Saints on Tuesday, they took a 4-3 lead. They were up 4-0 after the 2nd, and were hanging on to a 4-3 lead in the 7th. However, that 3rd or the 4th run came across in the 7th. One more run came across in the 8th for the Saints, and they won that game by a score of 5-4. Top of the 4th, Miles Hughes misses outside to the 9-hitter, Jackson Kemmer. Hughes pitching from the stretch. No one on base, nobody out here in the top of the 4th. Breaking ball misses down and in. So Kenny Landreau will call time to talk to the home plate umpire. The on-deck hitter was slightly in the grass, needs to stay in the dirt. So the home plate umpire gives the warning. This one runs away from the right-hander. 3-0 the count. Again, 9-1-2 due up here in the top of the 4th. Cameron getting his 8th start on the season for the Riptide. This one does find the zone. 3-1 now the count. Behind the plate, Efren Ortega. Andrew Kirchner's at first. Dylan Lina's at second. Shortstop Evan Cornwell tonight. And at third, it's Colin Taylor. This one pumped right past Kemmer, and it's now a 3-2 count. In left field, Deuce Robinson, Zach Freeman in center, and Dylan Cordick over in right. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the payoff pitch from Miles Hughes. This one drifts away from the right-hander. So it's a walk. To lead off here, the top of the 4th inning. That'll be the leadoff hitter, Michael Diaz. Got a lot of left-handed hitters in this lineup. Hughes makes a move over to first to check in on the runner. Kemmer has good speed, the center fielder. Has 4 stolen bases on the season. 4 out of 5. 5 stolen base attempts early on in the year. Gonna throw over to first. Now they have him in a rundown. Kirchner throws over to Cornwell, and that's not gonna be in time. So a high throw by Kirchner. Cornwell had to reach up, grab it, then apply the tag, and not in time. So a stolen base for Kemmer. Runner on second, nobody out. Riptide already leading 6-0. This one fouled back out of play. 0-1 the count to the leadoff hitter, Diaz. He's 1 for 2. He had that 2 RBI single back in the top of the 2nd, but he tried to extend it to a double on the throw home. Got a late jump, and so Ortega threw it down to Lina, and Lina was able to tag him out for the 3rd and final out in the 2nd inning. Miles Hughes steps off to check on the runner at second. Big breaking ball does catch the inner half. 0-2 the count. Again, Diaz, a senior outfielder from Grand Canyon University, playing left field today. Made a nice catch in the bottom of the 3rd. This one's hit out of play to the left side. We'll do it again, 0-2. As Cornwell breaks for second base, Hughes just steps off, no throw to check on the runner. Kemmer over there at second. Here's the 0-2 from Hughes. Breaking ball, a check swing there by Diaz, and nice discipline there not to go around. Good spot on an 0-2 count by Hughes. Cornwell trying to hold the runner at second, keep him to a small lead. Here's the pitch on home. Ortega blocks it right there at the plate, so the runner stays put. 2-2 is the count now to Michael Diaz. That hit in the 2nd inning was his first on the season. This one misses upstairs, just above the letters. 3 balls, 2 strikes. On deck is the shortstop, Patrick Hackworth. This one misses down and away with the breaking ball, so it's a walk. Worked by Michael Diaz. There's runners on first and second now. Still nobody out here in the top of the 4th. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Patrick Hackworth.
Coming to the plate for the Riptide, the shortstop, number 3, Patrick Hackworth.
So Hackworth is a lefty. Hughes will face another lefty in this lineup for the Riptide. Hughes trying to get a ground ball here with nobody out. Runners on first and second. Runner's going to break for third. Ortega, hesitated and threw down to second. He didn't hesitate, and he just threw it right away. He maybe had a chance, but both runners will get in with the stolen base. Want to know the count to the shortstop, and now you take away the force at any base or the potential for a double play ball. Infield's going to come in. Everyone playing at the edge of the grass. Missing upstairs there on a 1-0 count. Moves the count to 2-0. Kemmer's over there at third base. Diaz is at second. So good speed on the base path. This one is fired over for a strike. 2-1 they count on the fastball. Two-one count from Hughes. There's the breaking ball, and it does catch the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two-two. Here's the pitch. This one missing down and away in the dirt. Hughes looking for that out pitch, but at this point, you just need to throw one in the zone and force Hackworth to swing. He's already walked 1 batter, 2 batters in the inning. Hughes with a 3-2. This one's hit into the air, left field. Deuce Robinson goes back a few steps. He's going to set himself up for the throw, and he makes the throw over to third base, preventing Diaz from tagging up to third. But coming in to score is Kemmer. That's now the 7th run of the evening for the Orange County Riptide. Sac fly RBI to left field for Patrick Hackworth. There's 1 out in the inning. And that'll bring up Jake Brown. Jake Brown playing right field today. An outfielder from Cal Baptist. 1-0 the count. He has a double and then reached on an error back in his first AB. 1 for 2. One-0 count to Brown. This one fouled off the gear of Efren Ortega. Hughes steps off, now has the runner in a rundown. They throw over to Taylor, and looked like Diaz tried to slide, but then held up and looked awkward there. So a pickoff, 1-5. For out number 2, the bases are clear, so at least Miles Hughes won't have to worry about any runners. Diaz took off a little too early. Riptide still leaves 7-0. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. To Jake Brown. Breaking ball. Two and 1 the count to the right fielder. On deck is the DH Ace Reese. Lights are on here at the MLB Urban Youth Academy. Missing upstairs is Miles Hughes. It's now a 3-1 count. Over in the home bullpen, you see Luis Guzman warming up, wearing number 12. And this one runs away from Brown. That's ball 4. So a 2-out walk here. Extends the inning for Ace Reese. Again, doing the DH duties today. Hits from the left side from the University of Houston.
Coming to the plate for the Riptide, the cleanup spot, designated hitter.
So lefty on lefty matchup here for Miles Hughes as he takes on Ace Reese. Hughes comes set. Breaking ball that's hit high up into the air. Cornwell. No, Lena. He's going to call off Cornwell as it was on the right side of the infield, and that's out number 3. So the 2-out walk doesn't come back to bite Miles Hughes. 1 run does come across. The Riptide now have a 7-0 lead here as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Again, the Barons still early as we head to the middle of the innings, but the Barons are going to have to get some offense going if they hope to stay into this game. Again, are currently on a 3-game losing streak and looking to get back into the win column. Currently 4-6 on the season. Their next game will be tomorrow on the road against the Arroyo Seco Saints before coming back home to the Academy on Saturday to take on the Ventura County Pirates. On Sunday, they'll go back on the road to take on the Saints once again in Pasadena. So 3 more games this weekend. 4 straight days of action for the Barons, 2 on the road, 2 at home. Again, if you can't make it to the ballpark on Saturday, you can check us out here on the YouTube channel, where you can stream all the YouTube home games, the home games on YouTube for the MLB Academy Barons this summer. Again, led by head coach Kenny Landro. It'll be 4, 5, 6, so at least be the heart of the order due up for the Barons. Dylan Lena, Deuce Robinson, and Andrew Kirchner. They need a spark offensively as they trail 7-0. They do have 3 hits and 1 in each of the innings. However, the defense hasn't helped out their pitchers. They do have 2 errors, while the Riptide have 7 runs off of 5 hits and no errors defensively. It'll still be Luis Becerra on the mound, and making a 2nd start on the season and working with the big lead early on. Behind the plate, Anthony Marnell, the 4th. Nathan Cadenas at 1st. Luke Johnson at 2nd. Over at short, Patrick Hackworth and Rocco Gump rounds off the infield, playing 3rd base. Want to know the count to Dylan Lena, who popped up to the 2nd baseman in his first AB. 1-1 now the count. In left field, it's Diaz. Over in center, Kemmer, and Browns in right. This one, a chopper foul to the left side. 1-2 now the count. Lena hoping to find a way to get on base to lead off the bottom of the 4th inning. This one misses inside. Lena always shows good plate discipline. He's the only Barons player to start all 11 games on the year. He has a very poised approach. Regardless if he's up in the count or down in the count, he doesn't chase a lot of bad pitches. Fouls off a lot of tough pitches as well. Really makes you earn that out. This one runs into Lena. It's now a 3-2 count. This one hit foul. Again, another foul ball we're seeing off the bat of Lena. Count remains full. Lena 2nd on the team with 5 walks on the year. 3-2, this one's also fouled off to the right side. Right on cue, Lena's going to battle up there at the plate. We've seen pitchers really struggle to get Lena out. Currently 3rd on the team in batting average with a .314 batting average, has 11 hits and 32 ABs. Big breaking ball, and this one's hit up into the air. Not going to go very far as the center fielder, Kemmer, calls off the right fielder and makes a catch in deep right center. So 1 out of the inning. Just hung up in the air too long. 1 out, and that'll bring up the left fielder, Deuce Robinson. Struck out swinging in his first AB to lead off the bottom of the second. And played football and baseball for the Trojans this past school year. Will do the same this year. 1-0 the count. He recorded 13 receptions and 2 touchdowns for the Trojans football team, catching passes from Caleb Williams, who's now a member of the NFL. This one hit on the ground over to the third baseman, and trying to make a backhand over there is Gump. It skips off his glove. So a hard line drive on the ground to the hot corner. So 1-out single for Deuce Robinson. Would have been a tough play for the third baseman, especially on the backhand. Especially with Deuce Robinson hustling down the line. He has good speed over there at first. 1 of 3 in stolen base attempts. This one skips past Marnell, the fourth, and now Robinson goes to second, takes a round, and will stay put. So now there's a runner in scoring position after the wild pitch. 1-0 the count to Andrew Kirchner. This one hit into right field, and that's going to drop 4 extra bases. Robinson's going to be sent around third to score. Kirchner now going to second, and the throw is going to beat the first baseman, Cadena, so it's an RBI double for Andrew Kirchner. First run of the game comes in across. It's Deuce Robinson scoring from second. Andrew Kirchner trading places with him. It's now a 7-1 game. So again, you don't need to get it all back in one inning, but chip away here. The Barons do now have 5 hits. They'll have to play a lot better defensively and be more effective pitching as well. Now it looks like Marnell is going to take a time and talk to his pitcher, Becerra. Again, Becerra making his second start on the season. Pitched last week against the Ventura County Pirates. Went 5 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 run, and helped the Riptide defeat the Pirates. And the Riptide are 4-5 on the season, but 2 of those losses have come to the San Diego Sunrays. And that's a team that the Barons have beat 4 times this year. So it's definitely a thing to note. However, early on, the Riptide have jumped out to an early 7-run lead. It's cut back down to 6 after the RBI double by Kirchner, his second RBI on the season. And in steps the third baseman, Colin Taylor. This one in the dirt. Kirchner is going to go for third. Marnell couldn't find it, and so Kirchner is going to get in there without a throw. Another wild pitch. Just what you wanted here to begin the middle innings. 7-1, 1 out. Runner on third, 90 feet away. Got to get to the starter here and force the Riptide to go into their bullpen early. This one hit on the ground, foul to the left side. Taylor hit a liner to the third baseman, Gump, and Gump got off the ground. Made a nice athletic play back in the second inning. One and one the count. Breaking ball misses down and away as he tried to get Taylor to chase. Taylor actually leads the team this year with 7 walks on the season. This one hit on the ground over to the left side, making a nice stop as the shortstop, Hackworth, is not going to be in time as it pulls Cadena down the first base line. So I believe they're going to rule out another hit. Nice athleticism to even get to that ball, but no chance at making a play at first base. RBI single for Colin Taylor, and that'll bring up the number 8 hitter, Adam Arroyo. So now it's a 7-2 ball game. Taylor's aboard first. The sun right in the eyes over there on the right side of the infield. Throw down. Both Cadena and the runner on first, Taylor, shielding their eyes from the sun. It's that time of the day where it sets and shines bright over there on the right side of the infield. 1-0 pitch. This one's fouled off to the third base dugout. One and one the count now to Adam Arroyo. He struck out swinging in his first AB. This one also misses in the dirt. It's now a 2-1 count. Arroyo does have some big league pop. Hit the first home run of the season. That was on the first weekend against the San Diego Sun Rays. This one smoked down the left field line. Is that going to stay fair? The home plate umpire checks, and they're going to rule it foul. My goodness. A towering hit. 112 miles per hour off the bat of Adam Arroyo. However, it went foul by a few feet down the left field line. That's a loud strike number 2. That would have made it a 7-4 game, and just like that, the Barons would have been within striking distance. Here's the 2-2, breaking ball, and this one's hit up into the air. Deep goes back the left fielder, Diaz. Did he get it on the very next pitch? He did. Off the scoreboard, it's a 2-run home run for Adam Arroyo. So on the very next pitch, Luis Becerra hangs a breaking ball, and Adam Arroyo makes it a 7-4 game. Again, just want to chip away. These Barons have a lot of fight in them. Can't rule them out at any point of the game, regardless of the score, regardless of the time, and regardless of the place. 7-4 now is the score here in the bottom of the 4th. There's still only 1 out. No activity in the bullpen, but there's guys moving around in the dugout for the Riptide. So probably going to send somebody to go warm up. Again, pretty cool. You don't see that often where a player has the distance but hits it foul and then hits the very next pitch over the wall and keeps it fair. First pitch to the catcher, Efren Ortega, making his first start on the season. Misses outside. 1-0 the count. This one hit in the air to the bullpen, and it's going to drift out of play. 1-1 the count. 7-4 is the score. Both teams looking for win number 5 on the season. If you take a look at the standings in the CCL South, these teams sit at 4th and 5th place. Riptide in 4th, Barons in 5th. This one does miss the zone. 2-1 the count. Foresters are currently in 1st, or tied for 1st with the Arroyo Seco Saints. The Oaks are in 2nd. This one fouled back to the backstop. 2-2 the count to Ortega. One out, nobody on. Efren Ortega hits this one on the ground to Gump. Gump does block it off the chest into his glove and makes a strong throw over to first. Nice play there by the third baseman for out number 2. Goes back to the top of the order now, though, and let's see if the Barons can keep the momentum going with 2 outs in the inning. In steps Evan Cornwell, the shortstop. There is a reliever getting warm for the Riptide over on the first base bullpen. Looks like it's number 40, Tanner Warity. But Cornwell, the switch hitter, 1 for 2 on the evening thus far. Will step in for his 3rd plate appearance. This one does catch the zone. Strike one to the leadoff hitter. This one fouled off out of play to the left side. 0-2 now. The count quickly goes on the shortstop. Cornwell making his 8th start on the season. Both him and Tyre Rodriguez have split time over at short. Cornwell has also gotten a few starts at the DH spot. This one misses outside. 1-2. Both Cornwell and Rodriguez manning the shortstop position this summer for the Barons. Big breaking ball that misses inside, down and in. Evens the count at 2-2. There's 2 outs in the inning and nobody on base. Here in the bottom of the 4th, Barons trail 7-4. This one, Cornwell can't catch up, and that's strike number 3. But the Barons chip away here in the bottom of the 4th inning, putting up a 4-piece. 1 came on an RBI by Andrew Kirchner. Colin Taylor was able to drive in Andrew Kirchner on the very next at-bat. And then on a 2-run home run, Adam Arroyo sent it over the wall, scoring Colin Taylor and Adam Arroyo himself. Now it's a 7-4 game as we head to the top of the 5th inning. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball here on the Academy Barons YouTube channel. In the top of the 5th, we'll see the 5, 6, 7 hitters. And it looks like there's a new pitcher coming in. Wearing number 12, we saw him warming up earlier. That's Luis Guzman. We'll give you the final line for Miles Hughes, and we'll tell you a little bit more about the 3rd pitcher coming into the game for the Academy Barons when we come back. Just about ready for the top of the 5th inning. Again, Barons trailing 7-4. New arm on the mound, it's Luis Guzman. Guzman was a right-hander who played for Long Beach City College this past year. Was a sophomore for the Long Beach City College Vikings. Miles Hughes' day is done after 37 pitches, 1 inning and 2/3 in relief of Lino Zepeda. First pitch from Guzman in over for a strike. 5, 6, 7. Nathan Cadena, Rocco Grump, and Luke Johnson. Breaking ball hit on the ground over to the shortstop, Cornwell. Cornwell in the hole. Oh, and Kirchner's now 0 for 2. And this one gets away from Kirchner and gets all the way to the wall. And heading to second is Cadena. So just like that, another error, the 3rd on the evening by the Barons defense. Kirchner really struggling over there at first to pick that one. It's going to go down as an E6, but a pickable play for the first baseman. So now Luis Guzman will work with the runner at second. Nobody out here in the top of the 5th. He'll face the left-handed hitting third baseman, Rocco Gump. He's 0 for 1 on the evening. He had a sac fly RBI to center. Errors were an issue last week and on Thursday as well, as the Barons committed 5 errors in the loss to the Conejo Oaks. They had a chance to win that game too. Things were tied up at 7 apiece. However, the Oaks came out victorious by a score of 10-7. Missing down and away, 2-0 the count. Gump, third baseman from Northwestern State University, hometown of Chandler, Arizona. This one missing outside. It's now a 3-0 count. Again, when your defense fails to make the routine plays too, as a pitcher, makes you sweat a little bit more on the mound. You try doing a little too much. Guzman maybe pressing here. Down 3-0 in the at-bat. This one hit off the end of the bat towards the third base dugout. 3-1 now the count. And Cadina's over there at second. Luke Johnson on deck. Cornwell's trying to hold the runner over at second. Long look in from Luis Guzman, making his first relief appearance on the season for the Barons. This one hit on the ground over to the right side. Lena stays with it, makes the throw over to first. Advancing to third on the ground out is Cadena, which should be 2 outs, but it's now 1 out in the inning. And a runner on third. Luke Johnson will now step in. Johnson hit the 3-run home run back in the 3rd inning off of Miles Hughes. Both Jake Brown and Ace Reese were on base. Both those runs were credited to Lino Zepeda, the starter. Miles Hughes came in with the bases loaded. Big breaking ball, and that's a first pitch strike over to Johnson. As the home plate umpire tells the first base dugout to pick up some of the bats left outside the dugout. Johnson from Cornell University in the Ivy League. This one also finding the zone. Johnson shakes his head. Not a fan of the call, but it's an 0-2 count. Infield's going to be in, trying to prevent that run coming across on a hard hit ground ball. From the stretch, there's one's height on a line to Lena. Lena's going to throw over to Taylor. Taylor on the pick, and that's out number 3. So just like that, a double play on a line drive right to Lena. Got a little too big of a secondary there. Scored that 4-5 for out number 3, and a line out for out number 2. So just like that, things going the Barons' way here in the middle innings. They still trail 7-4. But let's see if they can stay hot at the plate and carry some of that momentum here to the bottom of the 5th. 4 runs come across in the bottom of the 4th. New pitcher to tell you about in just a moment for the Orange County Riptide. Again, I'm Noah Alvarez. Thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball here on the MLB Academy Barons YouTube channel. Next home game will be Saturday as they host the Ventura County Pirates. Again, new pitcher to tell you about when we come back. So the new pitcher on the mound for the Orange County Riptide is Tanner Wardy, a right-hander from LMU, Loyola Marymount University. Wearing number 40, stands at 6'2", and weighs 175 pounds. Went to Santa Margarita High School, Rancho Santa Margarita High School, RSM. Again, he's the new pitcher. That means it's the end of the day for Luis Becerra. Had a decent outing. Went 4 full innings, used 70 pitches, struck out 4 batters, gave up 7 hits, but only allowed 4 runs to come across. He had some good defense behind him, too. We saw a good play by the third baseman, Rocco Grump. And then also a good play in the outfield by left fielder Michael Diaz. So again, Tanner Wardy is the new pitcher. 2, 3, 4 due up here in this half of the inning. Zach Freeman, Dylan Kordick, and Dylan Lena. A lot of power in this part of the lineup. Arguably 3 of the better hitters here. Zach Freeman also has a home run on the season. He hit that on the road against the Conejo Oaks. This one's hit to the left side, out of play. On the top of the shading over here. 0-1 the count. Again, Tanner Wardy. Pitches from the windup on the first base side of the rubber. That one misses outside. 1-1 the count to the center fielder from Ohio State. 1 for 2 on the evening. Had a single back in the first inning. Wardy. This one hit on the ground, rolled over to the second baseman. Johnson fires over to Cadena. Out number 1 here in the bottom of the 5th. 7-4 is the score. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barron's Baseball. That'll bring up the number 3 hitter. Again, making his first start on the season, Dylan Kordick. Finally got cleared and able to play here for the Academy Barons this summer. Went to Golden West College, and again, a lot of ties here at Golden West, or to Golden West here at the Academy. The guy on deck is from Golden West. Kordick played at Golden West in 2023, as he was a 1-0 count. Kirchner played the last 2 seasons at Golden West as well. Adam Arroyo, the DH, was a catcher at Golden West in 2022. This one misses outside, 2-0 the count. You also have Aiden Garcia and Grant Ferris on the roster, also from Golden West College. Andrew Stanley, a starter, who played at Golden West in 2022 and 2023. So a lot of guys making the trip up from Golden West down the 405. 3-0 count to the number 3 hitter. Wardy being very careful around Dylan Kordick as he walks him on a 4 pitches. So it's a 1-out walk here in the bottom of the 5th. Dylan Lena is also a dangerous hitter. Still waiting to see when he gets his first home run on the season. He came very close in the loss to the Conejo Oaks last Saturday. He went 4 for 4 with 4 doubles, but one of those doubles traveled 403 feet to left center, hit about the middle of the wall, top third of the wall. This one hit towards the right side, out of play. Yeah, he just missed a home run, but did go 4 for 4 on that night. Struggled against Santa Barbara and Arroyo Seco on Tuesday. 0 for 2 as well tonight. Missing up. 1-1 the count. But again, they really want Lena's bat in the lineup. He started all 11 games for the Barons. Speaks volumes, too, because there's a lot of talented players here on this roster. They do a good job of rotating different players at different positions in the outfield, behind the plate. This one, ooh, hanging breaking ball, and Lena came up empty. We'll have to battle now, 1-2 the count. He always has a calm and collected approach while at bat. Runner on first is Kordick. This one misses outside. Lena's not going to chase that. It's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Cordick only had one stolen base for the Cal Poly Mustangs, so don't think he'll be in motion during this at-bat here. Deuce Robinson, the left fielder, is on deck. Dylan Lena awaiting the 2-2. This one foul tipped off the glove. Again, he has a tendency to do that. Foul off a lot of tough pitches, force a lot of deep counts. Has a lot of 7, 8, 9, even 10 pitch ABs on this season. Again, the infielder from Golden West College. Still looking for a home this upcoming school year, but wherever he attends, they'll be lucky to have the infielder. He has a 2-2 count. This one hit right back up the middle, but it's going to stay right there for the second baseman, Johnson. He steps on the bag for 1, and that's out number 3. So looked like it came off the bat a little harder, but it kind of died as soon as it hit the ground. 4-3 double play as Luke Johnson was able to backhand it, step on the bag for 1, and throw over to first for out number 3. So a little bit of a momentum killer here for the Barons in the bottom of the 5th. Still trailing 7-4. Luis Guzman going to check back onto the mound for the Academy Barons. Again, thanks for tuning into Academy Barons Baseball here on the MLB Academy Barons YouTube channel. I'm Noah Alvarez. When we come back, Luis Guzman will take on 8-9-1 Anthony Marnell the 4th, Jackson Kemmer, and Michael Diaz. Top of the 6th inning here. Just about to round off the middle innings. About to approach 8 o'clock as well. The first couple innings flew by, however. Once the Riptide started scoring, it elongated the game. The Riptide got 2 runs in the second, 4 in the third, and 1 in the fourth. But the Barons did respond with 4 in the 4th inning as well. It's currently a 7-4 game. Riptide have 7 runs off of 5 hits and no errors, while the Barons have 4 runs off of 7 hits, and defensively, they need to clean things up as they've had 3 errors already in the ballgame thus far. So Luis Guzman will face 8-9-1 here in this half of the inning. First pitch to Marnell misses inside. Again, 7-4 is the score. Thanks for tuning in to Academy Barons Baseball here on the YouTube channel. Game number 11 on the season. Barons will have to work to get back to 500. Currently 4-6. Currently on a 3-game losing streak. Two 2-0 the count to Marnell the 4th. Foul tips this one into the glove. Big left-hander. 2-1 the count. He's 0 for 1 on the evening. Did drew a walk in the second. Came around to score. This one does miss the outer half. Jackson Kemmer on deck. In the hole, Michael Diaz. Good speed in this part of the order. Breaking ball does miss upstairs. Close miss there by Guzman. So Marnell gets walked to lead off here in the top of the 6th. Luis Guzman now steps off and resets. We'll reset the defense for you as well. Efren Ortega's behind the plate. Colin Taylor's over at third. Evan Cornwell's at short. At second is Dylan Lena. And at first, holding the runner, it's Andrew Kirchner. This one hit on the ground, foul, past the third base coach over there on the left side. 0-1 the count to the center fielder, Jackson Kemmer. He has good speed out of the batter's box, so it'll be tough to double up the runner unless it's a hard hit ground ball right to one of the middle infielders. Deuce Robinson's over in left. Zach Freeman's in center. And in right, it's Dylan Kordick, the defense for your Academy Barons. 0-1, missing downstairs. This one misses high and tight to the center fielder as he nearly got his helmet taken off there. 2-1 the count, in at 85 miles per hour. Luis Guzman, small in stature, but he can throw some heat. Kicks, deals, just missing the zone. Guzman on the 3-1, misses inside. It actually clips Kemmer, and so he'll go down to first. Hit by pitch. That would have been ball 4, even if it didn't graze the center fielder. It's the 6th free base that the Barons pitching staff has allowed. 5 walks and 1 hit by pitch now. 2 runners on. Again, Barons are trailing by 3. 7-4 is the score. Luis Guzman did work a really efficient 5th inning, but running into some trouble here to start off the 6th. It's tough when your starter gets pulled so early. You have to ask your guys to go multiple innings. Breaking ball. Missing upstairs, that's ball 1. These are some close misses, but the Riptide have been taking a lot of these tough pitches very early on here in the game. Top of the 6th, 1-0. That breaking ball does find the zone. Michael Diaz at the plate. Diaz is 1 for 2, also drew a walk. Has a stolen base. Good speed over there at first with Kemmer. Marnell, the catcher, is at second. This one spiked in the dirt. Ortega with a nice block. Two and 1 the count. Again, runners on first and second. Nobody out. Luis Guzman needs a ground ball here. This one skips away from Ortega up the first base line, and so now both runners will advance 90 feet. 3-1 count, 2 runners in scoring position now on the wild pitch. This one hit into the air into left field. Deuce Robinson going back to his left. Can't track it into the glove, and now coming in to score is the catcher. Being held up at third is the center fielder, Kemmer. So only 1 run does come across, as both runners had to wait to see if Robinson was going to get to it with his long frame. Now Kenny Landro is going to make the march to the mound. So an RBI double for the leadoff hitter, Michael Diaz. He has 3 RBIs now on the afternoon. Going to third is Jackson Kemmer. 2 runners in scoring position once again. Is now an 8-4 game. And again, Luis Guzman done after 1 inning. He wasn't able to record an out here in the top of the 6th, so he'll be pulled after 24 pitches. We'll tell you about a new pitcher once we see him march out to the mound. Again, Guzman making his first relief appearance. Had a good first inning of work. But again, because the starter was pulled early, they had to ask Guzman to go multiple innings, and he just couldn't get it out here in his 2nd inning of work. Looks like the new arm is wearing number 33. It's Casey Molina from UC Riverside. So Casey Molina will come in with nobody out, runners on second and third, and face Patrick Hackworth, the shortstop first. Again, nobody out here in the top of the sixth. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball here on the MLB Academy Barons YouTube channel. We'll be right back to tell you a little bit more about the new pitcher and to close out Luis Guzman's line. So the new pitcher on the mound taking over for Luis Guzman. Again, he'll be the fourth pitcher that we see this evening, and it's still only the top of the sixth inning. So hoping to get some longevity here from the relievers. Kenny Landro puts in Casey Molina. He's a right-hander from UC Riverside. Wearing number 33. Again, he'll face the number 2 hitter first, Patrick Hackworth.
Shortstop number 3, Patrick Hackworth.
8-4 is the score. Molina will work from the stretch. Nobody out. Runners on second and third. Spaghetti move back over to second, and again, we've seen a lot of trouble with that this season. The pitcher throwing to the opposite side of where the man covering is. Cornwell broke for the second base. On the error, coming in to score is Jackson Kemmer. But Molina threw it to the shortstop side, thinking Cornwell was breaking that side or that direction, but he wrapped around the runner. Was expecting the ball towards the second base side of the bag. Nonetheless, it skips into center. Scoring is Jackson Kemmer on the throw. This is the first pitch from Molina, and this one misses outside. It's now a 9-4 game. Going to third base on the throw is Michael Diaz. Molina redshirted his first year while at UC Riverside. Went to San Pedro High School. This one hit into right field. It's going to fall in front of Cordick, and so that's a single, an RBI single for the shortstop, Hackworth. 10-4 now is the score here in the top of the sixth inning. 3 runs already across here in the sixth. Still looking for their first out. And it'll be the right fielder, Jake Brown, who steps in.
The Riptide right fielder number 28, Jake Brown.
Molina pitching from the stretch with the runner on first. This one skips away to Ortega's left. The young catcher having trouble with that ball in the dirt. Want to know the count. Runner on second now after the wild pitch. This one, fat off-speed pitch past Jake Brown. 1-1 the count. In the bottom of the sixth inning, it'll be 5, 6, 7. Deuce Robinson, followed by Andrew Kirchner and Colin Taylor, due up for the Barons. This one misses outside. 2-1 the count. Just got to pound the zone here. Runner takes off for third. This one's fouled off to the backstop, so we won't see a throw. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner on second was Hackworth, breaking for third. We saw the Foresters have aggressive base running against the Barons on Sunday. The team tallied 7 total stolen bases. Andrew Pyle was a starting catcher Sunday afternoon for the Barons. Move over to second. Molina doesn't even bother throwing it. Lena holding the runner at second with the righty at the plate. Backs out. It's now a 3-2 count to Jake Brown. On deck is Ace Reese. This one hit into left center. Deuce Robinson racing over to his left. Had a beat on it, and it hits off the tip of his glove. Now Zach Freeman has it. It's going to go down as an E7. He did a nice job of getting to the spot. Settled under it as he was dying in left center. But right off the tip. So when it rains, it pours. That's the 5th error. Now for the Barons defense, they had 5 last week in their loss to the Conejo Oaks on the road. So runners on first and third. Still nobody out here in the top of the 6th. In steps the DH Ace Reese. 1 for 2 on the evening with the walk. Breaking ball. In there for a first pitch strike. Casey Molina went to San Pedro High School, and in his senior year, in the 2023 season, helped San Pedro earn the #1 seed in the D1 City Section playoffs. Rolled over to the right side, foul, 0-2. In the playoffs, San Pedro advanced all the way to the championship game, however lost to Silmar High School. Again, that was in 2023. Casey Molina was a part of the San Pedro Pirates. Earned a #1 seed, but were the runner-up team in the D1 City Section playoffs. No balls, 2 strikes. Molina kicks, steals, misses down and in. Ortega with the backhand. Behind the plate, 1-2 now the count. Still top of the 6th inning. Some time for the Barons to climb back into this one. 1-2 count on the DH, Ace Reese. And there's the strike 3 called. Reese wasn't a fan of that one. Shares a few words with the home plate umpire, but he will go down back to the first base dugout for out #1. At home plate umpire, every home plate umpire has a different strike 3 call, but this home plate umpire has a little delay. And so sometimes the batters get frustrated at that. That's, I think, the 3rd or 4th time we've seen a strikeout looking where there was maybe 2 or 3 seconds pass before the umpire rules it a strike. This one misses upstairs. First pitch to Nathan Cadena.
At the plate for the Riptide, first baseman number 14, Nathan Cadena.
First baseman's 0 for 3 on the evening. Both the Barons and the Riptide have 7 hits apiece. Ooh, missing inside, nearly clipping the first baseman. 2-0 the count. 10-4 is the score. Again, Molina, the new pitcher, taking over for Luis Guzman, who was chased out of the game here in the 6th inning. Runners on second and third. Missing outside. 3-0 the count. First base is open. Would force a bases loaded situation, and there would be a play at any base. One out. Here's the 3-0. This one hit on the ground towards Taylor. Taylor does make it into his glove. They're going to throw over to first, but stepping off the bag as it skipped over to Kirchner. Wise-ish isn't there. Nice athleticism there by Taylor. Good cat-like reflexes over there at the hot corner. However, it's going to be ruled an infield single. An RBI single for Nathan Cadena, his first hit of the evening. Scoring was Hackworth, the shortstop. Going to third is Jake Brown. Runners on first and third. The catcher, Efren Ortega, will give out the signs to his infield. First pitch to the left-handed hitting third baseman, Gump. Chops it foul back to the netting. 0-1 the count. Gump grounded out to second base. He lined out to second base, and it was a double play as Gump threw it over. Not Gump, Lena threw it over to the third baseman, Colin Taylor. This one missing downstairs. 1-1 the count. Gump does have a sac fly back in the third inning. So 1 for 2. 11-4 is the score now. This one pulled foul to the right side off the padding. Will go into right field, so Kordic will have to toss it out of the field of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out in the inning. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball here on the Academy Barons YouTube channel. Still a little bit of daylight left here in the city of Compton. Temperature sitting at 67 degrees. Runner takes off from first. This one hit right to where the shortstop was breaking from, so another run comes in. A well-executed hit and run. Runners at the corners again. Now the ball skips away from Cornwell. Taylor's going to throw home. It pulls Efren Ortega towards the first base side of the plate, so he can apply a tag. So an RBI single for Rocco Grump.
Second baseman number 18, Luke Johnson.
Some miscommunication on the cutoff. Cornwell missed, and no one was backing up him. Taylor did try and make the throw on home, but it was wide for Efren Ortega. 2 runs coming across. 13-4 now is the score. Again, this was a 7-4 game entering the 6th inning. 6 runs have come across. There's a first pitch strike to Luke Johnson. Barons need a double play ball in the worst of ways here. The second baseman does have a home run on the evening. 1 for 3. Missing the zone there. Runner on first is Gump. Kirchner holding him. There's the breaking ball, and that one's over for a strike at 69 miles per hour. One ball, two strikes, one out, and a runner on first. This one hit into left field. Deuce Robinson going back, but he's eventually going to watch this ball travel over the left field wall, and that's a two-run home run. So the second home run of the evening for Luke Johnson, and that one was a no-doubter as well, just as the first. So now Kenny Landreau is going to make another trip to the mound, his second of the inning. Luis Guzman started this inning. He loaded the bases. And then Casey Molina came in. However, he was only able to record one out. So Jimmy Welsher now will step in. So Jimmy Welsher is the new pitcher to tell you about, and we'll tell you a little bit more about the new left-hander, as he will be tasked with getting out the 8-9 hitters. Again, they now have batted around, as Marnell and Kemmer will come to bat for the second time this inning. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball. Jimmy Welsher on the mound when we come back. 15-4 is the score. Barons trailing. So the left-hander Jimmy Welsher will now make an appearance for the Barons, just trying to get these last two outs here in the top of the sixth. 8 runs, yes, 8 have come across here. The Riptide have blown things wide open. It's now a 15-4 score. First pitch to the catcher, Marnell, the fourth, misses high and wide. Molina came in and was only able to get one out. Again, he came in with a bases loaded situation, so not ideal, but was only able to get one out. 1-1 count after this one's fouled out of play. Marnell hitting for the second time this inning. This is the 10th man to come to the plate. This one on the outer half at 74 miles per hour. 1-2. Big breaking ball on Marnell. Wasn't expecting that one, as Jimmy Welsher does record the second out of the inning. Nice job there by the lefty to come put out the fire momentarily. 2 outs. That'll bring up the center fielder, Jackson Kemmer. Welsher from the stretch. This one misses high and tight to the center fielder. Kenner was hit by a pitch to as a second hitter to come up in the plate in this inning. Just missing the inner half. Two-0 count. Jackson Kemmer. Ooh, chases one in the dirt. Nice arm deception there by Jimmy Welsher, especially on a 2-0 count. Jimmy Welsher hoping to get out number 3 here. This one does find the zone. That's strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the right-handed hitting center fielder. 1 strike away from recording the 3rd and final out. This one does catch the outer half. That's strike 3. So Jimmy Welsher does get 2 strikeouts here to end the top of the 6th. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball. We're going to turn things over to the bottom of the 6th. Barons are now trailing by a score of 15-4. Things really got away from them in the 6th inning, but it's their defense that has not been able to come through. 5 errors. 1 was via the pitcher on a pickoff move. The first baseman, who doesn't get credited with errors, on a throw in the dirt. But 2 very pickable plays over there at first base that Kirchner just straight up missed. That extended a few innings early in the game. We also saw an error by Deuce Robinson. Just straight up missed his glove, or he tipped off the very top of his glove when the ball was hit into shallow left center. And then the 5th error coming at the hands of Dylan Lena was a high pop-up into shallow right center field. Lena should have gotten to it, however, wasn't able to coordinate the spin and adjust to it last minute. You also seen some wild pitches and just some bad overall miscues from the Barons defense. Very unlike them, but I mean, they did have 5 errors last Thursday, so maybe errors aren't their friend on Thursday evening games. It'll be Deuce Robinson to start things off here in the home half of the 6th inning. Again, Tanner Wardy, the pitcher on the mound from LMU, Loyola Marymount University.
Leading up to the bottom of the 6th for the Barons, left fielder, number 44, Deuce Robinson.
Robinson playing left field today, hoping to make up for his defensive mistake. It'll be Deuce Robinson, Andrew Kirchner, and Colin Taylor, the 3 due up here in this home half of the 6th. Maybe a bit outside the zone, but it's ruled strike 1. Missing high. 1-1 the count. Again, it's Anthony Marnell, the 4th behind the plate. At first, Nathan Cadena. Luke Johnson's at second. He has 2 home runs on the evening. Robinson can't handle the slider there. It's a 1-2 count. Over at short, Patrick Hackworth. And at third, it's Rocco Gump. One-two pitch. Ooh, Robinson goes down, swinging for the 2nd time this evening. Out number 1 here in the bottom of the 6th. The outfielder from USC is retired. Andrew Kirchner now steps into the batter's box. He had an RBI double back in the 4th inning. In the outfield, it's Michael Diaz in left. Over in center, Jackson Kemmer. And Jake Brown in right defensively for the Orange County Riptide. Leading 15-4 here. This one missing high and tight to Kirchner, the lefty. 1-0 the count. He picked up his 2nd RBI in the season. His first came on the solo home run that he hit against the San Diego Sunrays back on the opening weekend. This one missing away. Two-0 count to the left-handed hitting first baseman. That's a nice backdoor slider on a 2-0 count. Hitter's not expecting a breaking ball like that. Wardy hits this one right back up the middle as Wardy had to duck out of the way of that one. Exit velocity at 92, so that one was humming back there. And Kirchner staying hot at the plate. Now 3 for 3 on the evening. That'll boost the old batting average. Entered today's game with the batting average of 188. Had put together some decent ABs on the season, but sometimes you just hit it right too, guys. That'll step up into the right-handed batter's box is Colin Taylor. Andrew Kirchner's over at first. The first baseman, Kadena Holden, the runner. This one missing outside. Want to know the count to Colin Taylor. He had an RBI single in his last AB, 1 for 2 on the evening. Had a liner right to the third baseman that unfortunately was caught up in the air. Power fastball that Taylor can't handle. But back in the second inning, we saw Rocco Gump make an impressive play over there at third base. It was probably hit about maybe a good foot over his head, and he was able to jump in the air and catch the line drive off the bat of Colin Taylor back in the second. Runner fakes like he's going. This one does catch the zone as Kirchner does hustle back to first. 1-2 the count. This one hit on the ground over to the third baseman, Gump. Gump waits for it, now throws it over to second. Throw is not going to be in time, so Colin Taylor does beat it out. Nice slide there by Kirchner to break up the double play over at second. So now it looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter. After Adam Arroyo hit the 2-run home run, he'll be pinch hit for. In the bottom of the 6th, Aiden Garcia. One out hit for the DH. Don't see that too often. Again, pinch hitting for the DH here in the bottom of the 6th. It's a 15-4 game. Fastball, and Garcia took a big hack, but he comes up empty. 0-1 the count, runner on first, and there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Runner on first is Colin Taylor. One and 1 the count. Aiden Garcia had a nice day at the plate on Tuesday against the Saints. Went 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. 1-1 count. This one missing down and in. Aiden Garcia also started as the DH against the Foresters on Sunday and had their only hit on the afternoon for the Barons. So currently riding a 2-game hitting streak. Oh man, that's a beautiful strike 2 right there on the slider. Looked like I started just outside the zone and swept to the inner half. Garcia was frozen. Now a 2-2 count. The lefty's going to have to battle here. Missing high. Gets away from Marnell, but going back to first is Taylor. Not far enough to test it. 3-2 the count. Colin Taylor should be going on the pitch with 2 outs in the inning. Wardy from the stretch. Righty delivers. This one fouled out of play to the first base dugout. We'll do it again, 3-2. On deck, if Garcia can reach base safely, it'll be the catcher, Efren Ortega. Here's the 3-2 once again. The runner does go. Now Taylor going to take a round at second, but that pitch bounced all the way back to the pitcher, Warady. So after the walk, there's now runners on first and second. That'll bring up the catcher, Efren Ortega. That we might see Garcia hitting for Efren Ortega, but he comes in to hit for the DH, Adam Arroyo. Efren Ortega currently 0 for 2 on the evening, hit a grounder to third in his last AB. 2 outs, runners on first and second. Taylor at second, reached via the fielder's choice. Garcia just drew the walk. First pitch to Efren Ortega misses outside. 1-0 the count. Misses high. 2-0 the count. So hitter's friendly count for the young catcher. Again, just graduated high school in 2024. Efren Ortega making his first start on the summer. Breaking ball, ooh, that one buckled the freshman. 2-1 the count. Probably didn't see a lot of those in the high school level. Front door slider with some sharp break on it. Two one. Oh, in the exact same spot, and it's going to get called strike 2. So if Warady can keep throwing that pitch, let's see if Efren Ortega can try and fend that one off. And the high schooler from Sylmar, California. Has a 2-2 count, 2 runners on. There's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Checked his swing as they started that slider away, and so I missed down and away. Three-two, runner should be going on the pitch. Warady's going to work from the stretch. And Garcia's at second. And Garcia's at first, Taylor's at second. 3-2, this one hit on the ground over to the shortstop. Hackworth gets a nice candy hop, fires it on over to first, and that's going to be out number 3. So we're going to hit to the top of the 7th. Let's see who's on the mound. For the Academy Barons, after six complete innings, Barons trail 15-4, excuse me. 1, 2, 3, the top of the order for the Riptide will be due up here in the top of the 7th. Jimmy Welsher will still be on the mound, and let's see if he can work some multiple innings here in this outing for head coach Kenny Landreau. Again, the top of the order due up when we come back. Riptide lead 15-4. So the leadoff hitter, Michael Diaz, will step into the batter's box. Lefty on lefty matchup as Jimmy Welsher is still on the mound. He recorded the final 2 outs. And the top of the 6th, and this one. Diaz offers, comes up empty. Strike 1. This one also finds the zone. Jimmy Welsher has a habit of throwing strikes. Just what you want out of your bullpen relievers. 0-2 count quickly on Diaz. The left fielder, there's a big slow breaking ball. And he fights it off, stays alive. 0-2 the count will remain. On deck is the shortstop Patrick Hackworth and then Jake Brown. So 2 lefties and a righty. Oh, 2 count. Jimmy Welsher delivers. This one missing in the dirt. Started the breaking ball a little lower. 1-2 now the count. Michael Diaz had an RBI double in his last AB. This one hit high up into the air. In races Zach Freeman from center field. In right center. Out number 1 here in the top of the 7th inning. And that'll bring up the number 2 hitter, Patrick Hackworth. Hackworth had an RBI double in his last AB as well. 1 for 3 on the evening with the sac fly. Big breaking ball in over for a strike on the shortstop. Welsher from the stretch and gets Hackworth to swing over the top of that one as well. It's now an 0-2 count. Missing the zone there. Good take there by the shortstop. Has a 1-2 count. Jimmy Welsher on the mound here in the top of the 7th. Kicks, deals. There's the big breaking ball, and it's fouled off to the trees over there on the left side. We'll do it again, 1-2. Looks like there's a pinch hitter on deck for the Riptide. This one fouled off out of play, so the count will remain at 1-2. Looks like one of the outfielders, Matthew Thomas, off the bench in the on-deck circle. One-two once again. This one's hit up the middle. Cornwell had trouble reading it. It skips away as it bounces off his chest. That one looked like it was going to get into center field, then drifted away right toward the shortstop, and he wasn't able to make a play on it. So the 6th error on the evening for the Barons. Tough play there for the shortstop. Just got a bad read off the bat. New or pinch hitter. It's Matthew Thomas from Cal. Went to Garden Grove High School. Standing at 6'3" and University of California, Berkeley. 1 out in the inning. And the righty watches ball 1. Again, he'll be pinch hitting for Jake Brown. He's also listed as an outfielder, so I'm assuming he'll take over defensive responsibilities. Comes up empty there. One the count. Jimmy Welsher gets the signs from Ortega, throws over to first. A little bit high of a throw, but Kirchner's able to handle. Jimmy kicks, deals, finds the outer half, and that's a 1-2 count now. Big breaking ball, and it does miss the outer half. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner on first is Patrick Hackworth. Fouled off at the plate. So Welsher will walk back to the mound. Has a 2-2 count on the pinch hitter, Matthew Thomas. Ground ball could potentially be a double play for the infield. Big breaking ball. This one's hit high up into the air, but it's not going to leave the yard as Deuce Robinson finds it and makes a catch for out number 2. Now it looks like we'll get another pinch hitter. Nope, it's the DH today, Ace Reese. So the pinch hitter, Matthew Thomas, is retired. 2 outs in the inning. In steps the cleanup hitter. Struck out looking in his last AB. 1 for 3 on the evening. Just below the knees. Jimmy Welsher trying to get that third and final out here in the top of the 7th. Okay, Jimmy doesn't have overpowering stuff, but he pounds the zone, mixes up his locations well. There's a breaking ball at 68 miles per hour again, so he's not going to blow it by you. But he puts pressure on you as a pitcher, throwing around the zone or in the zone. Can throw that breaking ball and change up for strikes. Inside to Reese. Ruled ball 2. 2-1 the count. There's another big breaking ball. It's tapped foul off the leg of Reese. So he'll try and walk off the little stinger there. Looks like it got him on the thigh or the calf. Trying to shake out that right leg. So again, Welsher came into the game with 1 out in the top of the 6th. Trying to get his 5th out. 2-2, there's the breaking ball. Ooh, missing the zone. Just a tad bit upstairs. 3-2, tough take there by the DH. One of the better hitters in the lineup for the Riptide. 3-2, runner goes. This one's hit on the ground for Cornwell. A chance to redeem himself. Throws over to first. And no problem there for Kirchner. That's out number 3. So 1 runner gets left on. We're going to go to the bottom of the 7th. But before we do, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball here on the Academy Barons YouTube channel. I'm Noah Alvarez. Bottom of the 7th, it'll be the top of the order. Evan Cornwell, Zach Freeman, and Dylan Kordick, barring any substitutions. Again, hopefully you guys are enjoying the broadcast here tonight and every night here on the MLB Academy Barons YouTube channel. Next home game will be this Saturday as they take on the Ventura County Pirates. Pirates are also in the CCL South Division, California Collegiate League. Barons are 4-6, and if the score holds up, they'll drop to 4-7 on the season. They'll have a road game tomorrow against the Arroyo Seco Saints, and also play the Saints on Sunday. Looks like we're going to have a new pitcher as well. So when we come back from this brief break, we'll have the new name for the pitcher as well as the order, top of the order that he'll face off in the bottom of the 7th. Who is it? Got it. Are you saying Stuyvesant for his name? Stuyvesant. So some substitutions here in the bottom of the 7th here at the MLB Urban Youth Academy. Coming into the game now on the mound for the OC Riptide is Riley Kelly, right-hander from UC Irvine. We also have a new third baseman, Nate Stuyvesant. First pitch to Cornwell is hit past Stuyvesant, the new third baseman, and that's going to get all the way into the corner. So Cornwell, first pitch swinging, has a leadoff double. Again, the Barons always show some fight, regardless of the score this season. Currently down 15-4, and they'll need a few of those before we can even talk about a comeback. Now it'll be the center fielder, Zach Freeman. And that means the day is done for Tanner Wardy, the righty from LMU. Finished going 2 innings, used 37 pitches, struck out a batter, gave up 2 walks, and didn't give up any hits or runs. Nice job of putting out the fire after the Barons got 4 in the bottom of the 4th. There's a sharp breaking ball for strike 1. In the warm-ups, we saw Kelly hitting 90 miles per hour a few different times. 92 was the highest that we saw. So you can certainly zip it in there. Pitching from the first base side of the runner. This one, a broken bat just past the glove of Kelly. It skips away from the second baseman. Cornwell rounded third, but will be held up. So Johnson couldn't handle the ball. Must have had some crazy spin on it as that bat went over the head of the pitcher, Kelly, as you see him chuck it towards the third base dugout. A broken bat. E4 on Johnson, as he should have had the out. They're going to mark it. So now there's a runner on first and third. First and third, nobody out for the right fielder, Dylan Kordick. He watches the first pitch miss wide. 1-0 the count. Again, Riley Kelly, the man on the mound. Gave up a leadoff double to Evan Cornwell. They're going to move over to first. Zach Freeman has good speed. 2 of 3 in stolen base attempts this season. An outfielder from Ohio State University, the Buckeyes. This one missing downstairs. Dylan Kordick, a member of the Cal Poly Slow baseball team in the Big West. This one also missing down and in. Speaking of Kordick, the Cal Poly Mustangs took on Ohio State earlier this year in a 3-game series, and in the first game of the series back on March 9th, Kordick went 3 for 3 against Zach Freeman's team. I'm sure that's a day that Kordick will remember for a long time. Runner takes off in the 3-0 count. This one's a high chopper to Johnson, and it skips off Johnson's glove. Looks like it's back-to-back errors by the second baseman, Johnson. Shouldn't be hanging ahead too much, as he does have 2 home runs in the game. So coming in to score from third is Cornwell. Another error for the second baseman. Now runners at first and second. Freeman stayed at second after the error. Cadena goes to talk to his new pitcher, Riley Kelly. It's a 15-5 game now. Bottom of the 7th, nobody out. Dylan Lena has some good pop in his bat. Looking for his first hit on the evening. Ooh, comes up empty on that swing there. 0-1 the count. That one has some movement there. Oh, nearly gets Lena in the legs as he has to scoot out of the way of that one. 1-1 the count. Again, Riley Kelly is the new man on the mound for the Orange County Riptide. They currently lead 15-5. And thanks for tuning into Barons Baseball. Game number 2 of 5 this week. The righty delivers this one and it skips away from the catcher. It's now a 2-1 count. Again, Anthony Marnwell, the 4th behind the plate. Looked like a slider that just sharply broke. No, it was a fastball off the edge of the glove. It's now a 2-1 count. 2 runners in scoring position on the riled pitch. Breaking ball again nearly clips Lena. Started a little too high, and it just passed his shoulder on that late break. 3-1 the count. Not giving Lena a lot of fastballs here. He is a very good fastball hitter. This one missing downstairs, so Lena works a walk. Very patient approach there by the second baseman. Works a walk, the bases are loaded, nobody's out. Again, the Barons, if they can chip away and get maybe 5, 6. So you don't need to get it all back right now, but with the bases loaded and nobody out, you at least want to get all the 3 runners on. Still would only make it a 15-9 game, so it is possible, right? And that's the one thing different about baseball compared to the other sports. In basketball, you can run out the time. In football, you can take a knee and run out the clock. But in baseball, you got to pitch. You got to pitch those final innings, even in a blowout game, and anything can happen. I know on Tuesday when we were here, there was a lot of Dodger fans in attendance, and there was a few of them watching the game on the phone. And the Dodgers were able to come from behind on a big 7-run deficit against the Colorado Rockies. That was on Tuesday. They came from behind and won. Again, anything is possible in baseball. You got to throw strikes to end the game. Right now, Riley Kelly struggling to do so. Bases are loaded. Nobody is out. And in steps Deuce Robinson, the left fielder. 1 for 3 on the evening. Struck out swinging. Oh, this one skips past the catcher, Marnwell. And now Zach Freeman's going to score from third. So now runners at second and third. We saw a very similar pitch when Dylan Lena was at the plate that put both those runners in scoring position. Another wild pitch for Riley Kelly. He's really struggling to find the zone. 1-0 the count to the left fielder. 15-6 now is the score. This one hit on the ground past the third baseman. Let's see if they send Lena, and they will. Robinson digging around first, going for second, and he's going to try and get to third. Here's the throw. Not going to be cut off, and he beats the tag, so it's a 2 RBI triple. Risky decision there, but Robinson got those long strides at 6'6", a 2-run triple. Nice play there by the 2-sport athlete over at USC. His dad played 2 sports in high school as well and only played football at Florida State. But a lot of good genes in that family, good athletes. Robinson coming up big with a 2 RBI triple here in the bottom of the 7th. 4 runs have come across, and there's still nobody out. So a 15-8 game. Maybe the Riptide are sweating just a bit here. Still have a 7-run lead. But in steps Andrew Kirchner, who's 3 for 3 on the evening. This one skips away right to where we're at here at the pest box off the netting. Robinson touches home plate, so he comes in to score. 5 runs have come across now in the bottom of the 7th. Still nobody out. 15-9 is the score. It's never over until the fat lady sings in baseball. 1-0 the count. Kirchner hits a grounder to the shortstop. It's going to be a tough play for Hackworth. Skips under the glove and gets into shallow left field before Johnson gets over to it. Just pulled his glove up a little too soon. Would have been a tough play, but they're going to give that an error to the shortstop, Hackworth. Again, 3 errors in the inning just by the Riptide defense. 5 runs have come across. 15-9 is the score. Again, Riptide maybe not sweating it just yet, but they are going to make a pitching change. Colin Taylor will be the next man at the plate. And again, nobody out. There's a leadoff double in the inning by Evan Cornwell. Zach Freeman followed it up with a grounder, a broken bat grounder to the second baseman, Johnson, and he couldn't handle it. Then Johnson also made an error on Cordick's grounder. With the bases loaded, Dylan Weena was able to work a walk, and then Robinson was able to hit a triple that scored in 2 runs, both Lena and Cordick. And then Kirchner, while he was up to bat, Robinson scored on a wild pitch. Looks like we're going to have a new pitcher to come face Colin Taylor. So unable to record an out was Riley Kelly. He's quickly pulled after giving up 5 runs, responsible for that 6th run up there as well. We'll do the math too and see how many of those runs were earned. Looks like it's number 22 on the mound. And again, we'll tell you a little bit more about the new pitcher and the end of the line for Riley Kelly in just a moment. Again, thanks for tuning into Barons Baseball here on the Academy YouTube channel.
In the bottom of the 7th inning, and with the game relief number 13, Riley Kelly. Now pitching for the Riptide is number 22, the left-handed pitcher of UC San Diego, Sam Hasagawa.
If you look closely on your screen, you'll see in deep left center there's some fireworks going off. Barons are hoping to make some more fireworks here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And it's a nice summer evening here in the city of Compton in Los Angeles County. You know it's summertime when you see the fireworks off in the distance. Colin Taylor will face the new pitcher, Sam Hagasawa. He's a right-hander from UCSD, University of California, San Diego, a sophomore. Wearing number 22, first pitch to Colin Taylor is in the dirt. And right there at the cleats of Marnwell, the 4th. So Kirchner will stay put. Again, the new pitcher, Sam Hasagawa. This one foul tipped at the plate. 1-1 the count to Colin Taylor, the freshman third baseman today. Reached on a fielder's choice in his last AV. Had an RBI single back in the 4th inning. Breaking ball, fouled back. 1-2. Again, Riley Kelly threw 16 pitches. Gave up 2 hits, 1 walk, and then 2 guys reached via an error. 3 guys actually reached via an error. He's given up 5 runs in that 6th batter. He's also responsible for Andrew Kirchner if he does score. 1-2 count, nobody out. Taylor also fouls this one off. He's a tough out in the lineup for the Barons as well. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast, leads the team with 7 walks on the season. Couple bats outside the dugout over on the third base side, so Aiden Garcia will have to move those out of the way. This one hit well into center field, but the center fielder, Kemmer, going to be able to camp under it, and that's out number 1. So finally an out is recorded here in the bottom of the 7th. Barons put up 5 runs so far in the 7th, still trailing 15-9.
Come to the plate for the Barons designated hitter number 27, Garcia.
That'll bring up the left-handed hitting DH, Aiden Garcia. He pinch hit in the 6th inning for Adam Arroyo. Arroyo hit the 2-run home run in the 4th inning, in case you forgot. This one does catch the outer half, a nice spot there at 89 miles per hour. Oh, also in over the plate, Garcia. We need to protect here, down 0-2. Ooh, and Garcia goes down on 3 pitches. Really struggled to see the ball against the lefty on the mound. Quickly, there's 2 outs with the new pitcher against Sam Hasegawa. Now to be up to the senior, the high school senior, Efren Ortega, to extend the inning. Big hole on the right side of the infield with Kirchner being held at first base by Cadena. Ooh, missing the zone. Just a bit low. 1-0 to the catcher, getting his first start on the evening. 0 for 3. That one does find the zone. Kirchner over at first. There's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. This one skips away from Marnwell. He's really struggled in this bottom half of the 7th. That one's going to be pass ball. Ran inside, but very catchable for the catcher. Two-one count, 2 outs. There's a runner at second now. Checked his swing. Oh, home plate umpire says that's strike 2, but that should have been ball 3. Bad call there by the umpire, as Ortega barely got the bat off his shoulders and started to go into his movement. So now it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. This one skips away from Marnwell once again all the way to the netting, so Kirchner will now go to third. That's a wild pitch. So it's ball 3. It's a full count now after a questionable strike 2 call on a check swing. 3-2. Kirchner at third. The leadoff man, Cornwell, who started the inning, is on deck. This one runs upstairs, so it's a walk worked by Ortega. So the strike 2 check swing doesn't come back to bite the Barons. Ortega works the walk. Runners on first and third. And now that'll bring up Cornwell. Here in the bottom of the 7th, he'll get to hit for the 2nd time in the inning. Now Marnwell will give the signs to his infield. Again, the new third baseman is Jivison. Over at short, it's still Hackworth. Luke Johnson's at second. And over at first, Nathan Cadena. Anthony Marnwell, the 4th behind the plate. And Sam Hasegawa on the mound. First pitch is over for a strike. 0-1 the count to Cornwell, the shortstop. Led the inning off with a double and came around to score. This one skips in the dirt. One the count. 2 outs, runners at the corners. Runner at first is Efren Ortega. Ooh, this one's fouled off, right off one of the poles here holding up the net. A 1-2 count to the shortstop from Post University. Here's the 1-2. Cornwell goes down swinging. It does get away from Marnwell, but not very far as he picks it up, throws it over to first. So it's a strikeout, 2-3 on the putout. But 5 runs do come across here, and the bottom of the 7th, some life for the Academy Barons. They now trail 15-9. We'll see who comes onto the game or into the game here in the top of the 8th inning. Barons are down to their final 6 outs. Again, facing the Riptide for the first time on the season. This is game number 11. Entered today with the record of 4-6. Looking to pick up win number 5. The Riptide are 4-5 on the year. Looking to also get win number 5. Currently leading 15-9. So looks like we have a new pitcher to tell you about.
Your attention, please. Let's go to the bullpen for the Academy Barons of the top of the 8th inning. Entering the game to release with number 2, Jimmy Walsh here.
Wearing number 23, it's Anthony Thomas. We'll tell you a little bit more about Anthony Thomas in just a second. He'll be tasked with getting out the 5, 6, 7 hitters. Let's see if the defense can be a little bit more reliable. 2 behind the pitcher. We've already seen 6 errors by the Barons defense. They need 3 outs here and hopefully carry some momentum into the bottom of the 8th inning. They trail 15-9 when we come back. So just about ready for the top of the 8th inning. Barons trail 15-9, 5, 6, 7 due up in the order. Nathan Cadena will lead things off. And in steps the new pitcher, Anthony Thomas. We haven't seen Anthony Thomas since the opening weekend in that game number 2 against the Conejo Oaks back on June 7th. Anthony Thomas pitched 1 inning, gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, only 1 of which was earned, and has 1 strikeout on the season thus far, making his 2nd outing for the Barons this summer. And wearing number 23. The righty kicks, delivers. This one's hit into right field, tailing away from Cordick, but he's able to make the catch in right field for out number 1. So 1 pitch, 1 out. Again, Anthony Thomas, the new pitcher, a righty, standing at 6 foot from Colorado Christian University, a redshirt junior. And now we'll see Nate Stuyvesant. He came in as a defensive substitution back in the bottom of the 7th. Stuyvesant checks his swing. Home plate umpire said he went around. That's strike 1 to the new batter. Stuyvesant is a 6'1" infielder from Stanford University, a freshman. Getting his first AB of the evening here in replace of Rocco Gump. This one, high chopper, foul to the left side. Oh, 2 count, 1 out. This one, ooh, Ortega's ready to throw that one down to third base, but home plate umpire rules that ball 1. 1-2 the count. 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Anthony Thomas, a native of Huntington Beach, went to St. John Bosco High School. Kicks, deals. This one skips in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Has made 6 appearances while at Colorado Christian University. Two balls, 2 strikes. This one hit on the ground over to the shortstop. Cornwell sets his feet, makes the throw, and this time it's out number 2. That'll bring up the second baseman, Luke Johnson. Luke Johnson already has 2 home runs on the evening, so they'll have to work very carefully around him. 2 for 4. He had a 2-run home run back in the top of the 6th and then had a 3-run home run in the top of the 3rd inning. This one over for a strike from Cornell University, the Ivy League infielder. Hits from the right side, awaits the 0-1. This one missing. 1-1 the count. Misses in the dirt. 2-1. With the infield in back in the top of the 5th and a runner on 3rd, Johnson hit a line drive right back to Dylan Lena, the second baseman, and he threw it over to 3rd. The runner on 3rd was doubled off as Nathan Cadena got too far of a secondary on the line drive, wasn't able to get back to 3rd in time, and they doubled him off in the top of the 5th. This one sweeps outside the zone. 3-1 the count. So after that first pitch strike, 3 straight balls off the arm of Anthony Thomas. On deck is the catcher. This one hit into right field, into foul territory, but it's going to drift into the bullpen, over the bullpen. Looks like we have a pinch hitter on deck as well. Looks like Brendan Wilkeson might hit for the catcher, Anthony Marnell. Brief mound visit as Ortega went to go talk to his pitcher, Thomas. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Looking for that 3rd and final out here in the top of the 8th. Thomas gets a chopper. It's going to go on the left side of the infield, and Tyler hits it foul. So we'll do it again, 3-2. There's a breaking ball hit on the ground. Taylor can't handle it, and it gets into left field. Johnson takes the round, but he's going to stay put at first base. So it's a single, 2-out single for Luke Johnson. He has his 3rd hit on the evening. And now it'll be a pinch hitting for the catcher. Brendan Wilkerson will step in for Anthony Marnell, the 4th. Marnell really struggled in the bottom of the 7th, preventing wild pitches from getting past him, and also had a pass ball as well behind the plate. So maybe this is the defensive substitution.
Pitch hitter number 11 from CSUN, Brendan Wilkinson.
So 2 outs, and to bring up the catcher, Wilkinson, hitting for the first time tonight. Runner on first is Johnson. This one, swing and a miss for strike 1. Wilkinson has 6 hits and 19 ABs on the season. Has started 6 games for the Riptide as they throw over to first. 0-1 count to the new catcher from Cal State Northridge. The righty awaits, the pitcher delivers, the runner takes off. Here's the throw down to second, and Lena's able to apply the tag. So a nice throw by the high school senior Efren Ortega, and that's out number 3. So caught stealing to end the inning is Luke Johnson. So Brendan Wilkinson will have to wait for his first at-bat. He'll lead innings off in the top of the 9th. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball here on the MLB Academy Barons YouTube channel. It's been a wild day, not in favor, however, of the Barons. Still 6 outs for them to climb back into this one. Again, I'm Noah Alvarez. Thanks for tuning in wherever you may be tuning in from. There's a home game on Saturday. If you can make it out to the MLB Urban Youth Academy, highly recommend you do so. Again, thanks for tuning in to the broadcast. We're currently here in the bottom of the 8th. Things have been relatively wild defensively. The Barons haven't had their best outing as they've committed 6 errors. They have 9 runs off of 10 hits and 6 errors, while the Riptide have 15 runs off of 11 hits and 3 errors. The scoring got started in the 2nd inning as the Riptide put up 2 runs in the 2nd, 4 in the 3rd, and then 1 run in the top of the 3rd. But the Barons responded with 4 runs of their own in the bottom of the 4th, making it a 7-4 game. However, in the top of the 6th inning, things got out of hand as the Riptide put up 8 runs, yes, 8 in the top of the 6th, making it a 15-4 game. But the Barons, they're not going to go down with the fight. They put up 5 runs in the bottom of the 7th, and that's how we have the score. 15-9 is the score. Leading things off will be the 2-hitter, Zach Freeman. 2, 3, 4 due up here in this half of the inning. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball here on the Academy Barons YouTube channel. Zach Freeman, Dylan Kordick, and Dylan Lena. 2 Dylans. Still on the mound is a left-hander, Sam Hasegawa. The lefty will face the lefty outfielder as he fouls this one off to the left side. 0-1 the count. Zach Freeman reached on an error in his last AB. 1 for 4 on the evening. This one in the dirt. 1-1. This one poked out to the 5-6 hole and gets into left field. A leadoff single for Zach Freeman. And play close attention to him on the base pass as he is a threat to run. It'll be Dylan Kordick now, the right fielder. Again, this is Kordick's first start on the season. He also reached on an error in his last AB, drew a walk in the 5th inning. 0 for 3 from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Hits from the left side, and this is a first pitch strike on the outer half. 0-1 the count. Again, Freeman has a small lead over there. We'll see if he tests the lefty. Missing the zone. 1-1 the count. Both Kordick and Freeman came around to score in the bottom of the 7th, hoping to do the same here. Bottom 8, this one's hit well but foul. Oh, off one of the poles that holds up the lights here at the Youth Academy. And 1-2 now the count. Kordick Awaits the lefties. 1-2 pitch. This one hits Cordick, leaving the elbow pad, so not going to hurt too bad. That's why you wear those. So now there's runners on first and second. Dylan Lena will now step into the plate. He's 0 for 3 on the evening, has had some good ABs, but unfortunately they've gone right to people. He had a fly ball in the 4th inning that made some decent contact, but it hung up in the air long enough for Kemmer, the center fielder. Yet now it's Brendan Wilkinson behind the plate. We'll get you the rest of the defense. This one's chopped foul to the right side. 0-1 the count to Lena. Over at third, it's Jivison. Hackworth still at short. Luke Johnson's at second, and Nathan Cadena is at first. Matthew Thomas is in right. Jackson Kemmer still in center, and Michael Diaz is in left. This one, another chopper, foul to the right side as Cadena was trying to hustle and maybe get to it before it went foul. Both of these are jam shots on Lena, and he just kind of checked his swing but wasn't able to pull it back in time. Even down 0-2, Lena won't look flustered up there. He'll be cool, calm, and collected. Trying to battle and fight away on. Breaking ball misses high and wide. An easy take there for the second baseman. 1-2 the count. Again, out of high school, originally committed to San Jose State, but bounced back to Golden West College. And he goes down swinging there, so Lena unable to move those runners over. Strikeout for out number 1. Lena frustrated, but he relaying the message to his teammate over at Golden West, Andrew Kirchner. Deuce Robinson, who had a 2 RBI triple in his last AB, now steps into the batter's box, and we'll watch that one miss in the dirt. 1-0 the count. There is a righty getting warm in the Riptide bullpen. This one chopped foul behind the plate. Two and 1 the count after this one misses inside. Again, Deuce Robinson has 2 hits on the evening. Also has 2 strikeouts, 2 for 4. Runners on first and second. This one misses inside. 3-1 the count. Robinson's a good fastball hitter too, so you don't want to just put one over the plate. At second, it's Zach Freeman. Dylan Cordick's over there at first. (3-1) pitch coming. Missing downstairs, so an easy take there for Robinson, and the bases are loaded. Now it'll be a lefty. Andrew Kirchner from Golden West College, going to go play at Cal State Fullerton this upcoming school year. Saw the number warming up in the bullpen. Looks like it's Ryan Kittredge who is warming up over there in the Riptide bullpen. We're going to get a mound visit here by the Orange County Riptide staff. Again, no balls, no strikes to Andrew Kirchner. 1 out. Bottom of the 8th inning. Kirchner and the Barons are trailing by 6. 15-9 is the score. They'll go on the road tomorrow to take on the Arroyo Seco Saints in Pasadena. Then Saturday, they'll return back here to the MLB Urban Youth Academy and take on the Ventura County Pirates. So bases loaded, 1 out. Andrew Kirchner trying to get one of those runs in. Comes up empty on a first pitch fastball. 0-1 the count. Kirchner is 3 for 4 on the evening. Oh, checked his swing, but he did go around. They peeled down to the second base umpire, but you could tell from our angle. 0-2 the count quickly. The lefty struggles when the lefty's on the mound. Good take there. Kirchner will have to battle. 1-2 is the count. Colin Taylor's on deck. Breaking ball is left high. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Kirchner going to battle up there. Reached on an error and was stranded at third to end the 7th inning. Again, the Barons pushed across 5 runs in the 7th. Checked his swing there, and ooh. Hasegawa wanted that pitch. It's now a 3-2 count. Again, 3-2 count. Sam Hasegawa on the mound. Andrew Kirchner at the plate. Oh, this one Kirchner shouldn't have took there, as it's strike number 3. Too close to take when there's 2 strikes. Kirchner goes down looking. 12th strikeout on the season for Andrew Kirchner. This one in a big spot as well, so costly decision to leave the bat on the shoulder there. It'll be Colin Taylor trying to extend the inning now. There's 2 outs. Bases are loaded. Want to at least get 1 or 2 of these runs in here in the bottom of the 8th. This one missing downstairs. One ball, no strikes. Hasegawa comes set. This one's a jam shot over in foul territory. The first baseman, Cadena, comes in and makes the catch for out number 3. So with the bases loaded, they get stranded as the pitcher, Hasegawa, is able to work around it. Still trailing 15-9. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball here on the Academy Barons YouTube channel. 3 more outs for the Barons to come from behind and tie things up or force a walk-off, but they'll have to do that in the 9th. Anthony Thomas will return to the mound, hoping to keep things as is at 15-9. Again, due up for the Riptide here in the top of the 9th. 8-9-1, Brendan Wilkinson, Jackson Kemmer, and Michael Diaz. Again, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball. We will be right back in a moment.
Looking at the top line for the Riptide is number 11, the catcher, Brendan Wilkinson.
Top of the 9th inning, and so now Brendan Wilkinson will get his first AB of the evening. Came in to pinch hit for Marnell in the top of the 8th, but after Johnson was caught stealing, he'll now get his AB again. Oh, and 1 the count as he chops this one foul to the right side. 8-9-1 due up. Jackson Kemmer on deck. Michael Diaz in the hole. 8-9-1. Top of the 9th, Anthony Thomas from Colorado Christian University, an Orange County native himself from Huntington Beach, California. One ball, one strike. This one is in there for the zone. A little delayed strike call there. 1-2 the count. Nobody out, nobody on. Wilkinson awaits the 1-2. It slides away from the righty. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Anthony Thomas hoping to work a clean 1-2-3 inning. Okay, thanks for tuning in to Barons Baseball. 2-2 is hit on the ground over to the shortstop, Cornwell. Cornwell gloves it. Oh, man, that's the third one we've seen skip past Andrew Kirchner. It's like there's a hole in his glove. And going to second now is the catcher, Wilkinson. So an error on the first baseman, Andrew Kirchner, is given. That's the third time we've seen a ball in the dirt. And Andrew Kirchner, for the most part this season, has been solid at picking those. Today, just 0 for 3. All have come from Evan Cornwell as well. Got to make those plays to get to the next level. First pitch now to Jackson Kemmer. Misses down and in. Over at second, it's Brendan Wilkinson. Nobody out here in the top of the ninth. 7 errors on the evening now for the Barons defense. Fastball in at 84, past Kemmer. One ball, one strike. Thomas kicks. This one skips off the gear of Ortega. Now going to third is the catcher, Wilkinson. Again, Ortega's been busy back there. Jackson Kemmer steps back into the box. 2 balls, 1 strike. Infield will play in. 15-9 is the score here in the top of the ninth. This one runs away from the right-handed hitter. It's now a 3-1 count. On deck is the left fielder, Michael Diaz. Top of the order. This one misses in the dirt, so a 5-pitch walk to Jackson Kemmer. There's now runners at the corners. Kemmer has some good speed out there too, so looks like the pitching coach going to make a mound visit to Anthony Thomas. Again, had a ground out waiting for him on the first batter that he faced here in the top of the ninth, but that error by the first baseman, Kirchner, comes to be costly. There's runners at the corners now, and again, that puts a lot of pressure on the pitcher when you don't trust the defense like they have made a lot of mistakes today. 7 errors on the evening. Kenny Landreau and the coaching staff hoping that Anthony Thomas can finish the top of the ninth and save an arm for the rest of the week. Again, they'll have a game tomorrow at Pasadena as they take on the Arroyo Seco Saints. Saturday, they'll come back here to the Academy and take on the Ventura County Pirates for the first time this season. And then Sunday, they'll travel back to Pasadena and take on the Saints once again. And currently riding a 3-game losing streak, and we need 6 runs in the bottom of the ninth to at least force extras and tie things back up, or 7 to win it. But we'll see what happens here in the top of the ninth. Again, nobody out. Runners at the corners.
Number 24, left fielder, Michael Diaz.
Left fielder steps into the batter's box, and it's a throw over to first to check on Kemmer. Ooh, throw gets away from Kirchner, so the run will come in to score from third. Now rounding second, here's a throw from Kirchner. It's a nice one. Taylor does apply the tag in time to get Kemmer, and Kemmer is out. So a run does come to score. Kirchner does make it up with a very nice throw from foul territory. Score that 1 to 3 to 5 on the tag for out number 1. Missing the zone there. 1-0 the count. This one does find the zone. Michael Diaz has a 1-1 count. On deck is the shortstop, Patrick Hackworth. 16-9 now is the score. This one hit well into left center. Zach Freeman racing over to his right, trying to get to the gap, and he's going to have to play this one off the wall. And one hops the wall. Now he's going to round third. Here's the throw from the cutoff man, Cornwell, and again, he's gunned out at third. A nice relay there. 8 to 6 to 5 for out number 2. So a little too aggressive on the base paths are the Riptide here late in this game. Had a double, but tried to extend it out to a triple. But Michael Diaz gunned out at third base. 2 outs in the inning. 16-9 is the score. And in steps the shortstop, Patrick Hackworth. This one also poked out into shallow left center. Zach Freeman's racing in. Deuce Robinson came from left, laid out, and almost got to it. So Hackworth aboard with the single late in the game. Hit number 13 on the evening for the Riptide. A lot of hits, a lot of offense tonight. 16-9 is a score. 24 total hits, 13 from the Riptide, 11 from the Barons. And that'll be Matthew Thomas getting a second AB on the evening. Matthew Thomas comes up empty on the first pitch. 0-1 the count. Okay, thanks for tuning in to Barons baseball here. Top of the ninth inning, 2 outs. Runner on first. 16-9 is the score. Still plenty of fans in attendance supporting the Academy Barons. This one skips past Ortega. A pass ball that allows the runner to advance to second. Anthony Thomas still on the mound, trying to get that third and final out here. A runner in scoring position, however. Hackworth has good speed. This one in the dirt. Ortega is able to block that one. Two and 1 the count, 2 outs. Again, the run that came across to score here in the top of the ninth was unearned for Anthony Thomas, who's on the mound. The righty kicks, delivers on home. This one's hit into foul territory, potentially in play. And no, it's going to keep drifting foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two count again for Anthony Thomas. This one runs in and hits Matthew Thomas, so it'll bring up the cleanup hitter or the 4 spot. We'll see if the Riptide doesn't look like they're going to pitch hit anybody. So Andrew Thomas hits Matthew Thomas. Just found out that they're brothers, so I'm sure they'll talk about that at home. First pitch to the DH, Ace Reese is hit foul right off the padding over there on the third base dugout. Look alive. 0-1 the count. DH has a ground out, strikeout, pop out, a walk and a single. Chases maybe one a bit out the zone. 0-2 quickly on the DH. From the University of Houston. Anthony Thomas delivers the 0-2, froze him on the outer half. Reese goes down looking for out number 3. Again, really appreciate you guys if you're tuning in this late here in the bottom of the 9th. Late into the Thursday evening, we're about to hit 9:45. And again, the Barons, if they're hoping to come back, they'll be chasing 7 runs. 16-9 is the score. 8-9-1 will be due up. Aiden Garcia, Efren Ortega, and Evan Cornwell, barring any substitutions. Looks like we're going to have a new pitcher on the mound to come and get the final 3 outs for the Riptide. It's Ryan Kittredge. So Ryan Kittredge will be the new arm on the bullpen. We'll tell you a little bit more about him, as well as have the final line for Sam Hasagawa when we come back in just a moment. Back here at the Urban Youth Academy, bottom of the 9th. Barons are chasing 7. New pitcher on the mound is Ryan Kittredge, a righty out of Cal Baptist University. Right-hander from the Cal Baptist University started the game, and Luis Becerra, and a right-hander from Cal Baptist, will close out the game. Ryan Kittredge. Again, Sam Sagawa's day is done. Went 2 complete innings. Came in with the bases, no, not bases, but 1 out in the 7th inning and 1 runner on. He was able to put out the fire, record all 3 outs in the 7th, record all 3 outs in the 8th. Only gave up 2 walks and 1 hit. No runs came across. He stranded the bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th. So that was the final line for Hasegawa. You got Ryan Kittredge. And over at first, we have a defensive substitution, Jonathan Allen. John Allen from UC San Diego, now in as a defensive substitution for Nathan Cadena. So John Allen at first. Again, Brendan Wilkinson behind the plate. Over at third, Nate Stuyvesant. Hackworth at short, and Luke Johnson at second. First pitch to Aiden Garcia misses down and away. 91 on the radar gun. Again in the outfield, Matthew Thomas is in right. Over in center, Kemmer, and Michael Diaz in left. That's your defense. Here in the bottom of the 9th for the OC Riptide. 2-0 the count to Aiden Garcia. Catcher is going to play at Florida Atlantic University, FAU, next year. Was a catcher at Golden West the past 2 seasons. From the windup, comes up empty on that hack there. Looked like a changeup. 2-1 the count. Missing in the dirt. Kittredge struggling to find the strike zone early on. Maybe the home plate umpire took one off the padding. Walks around a little bit, but Aiden Garcia giving him the time to recover. 8-9-1 due up here in this half of the inning for the Barons. Aiden Garcia leading things off. Efren Ortega on deck, and Evan Cornwell in the hole. Aiden Garcia awaits. This one hit at the end of the bat. It's blooped over the second baseman, and that's going to fall into right field for a leadoff single. So Aiden Garcia now extends the hitting streak to 3 games. Has hit safely in 3 straight games for the Academy Barons. He came in as a pinch hitter too in the 6th, so he only had 3 opportunities to do that. Now to bring up the catcher, Efren Ortega. Still looking for his first hit on the evening. 0 for 3 with the walk. Small lead over there at first by Garcia. Ortega started to go around, but it's ruled strike 1. And Ortega went to the DNA Prep Academy over in Chatsworth, California, from Sylmar. This one hit out of play to the right side. 0-2 the count. We've seen Adam Arroyo, Aiden Garcia, Andrew Pyle, Isaac Ocampo, and now Efren Ortega getting starts behind the plate this summer for the Barons. Ortega's making his first start. Down 0-2 here in the bottom of the 9th. Ooh. Close take there, just missing the zone. That front door slider has given Ortega problems early on in the game. This one fouled off at the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. On deck is the switch hitter, Evan Cornwell. 1-2. This one's hit on the ground right to the shortstop. He has to play it on a short hop, and it's a double play. 6-4-3. 2 outs on 1 grounder there. Hackworth was able to stay with it after fumbling it momentarily. Now the Barons are down to their final out. And stepping in is the leadoff hitter, Evan Cornwell. Cornwell had a double to lead off the 7th inning, but also was the last out in the 7th, struck out on a pitch in the dirt. This one fouled off to the play to the right side. From the windup, here's the 0-1. Missing is the reliever Ryan Kittredge. Again, coming into the game here in the beginning of the bottom of the 9th. Got a double play after giving up a leadoff single to Aiden Garcia. 1-1 count. Cornwell watches strike 2. Now the Barons are down to their final strike here. 16-9 is the score. Riptide got 2 right away in the 2nd, 4 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 8 in the 6th, and 1 in the 9th. 1-2. Missing down and away in the dirt. Cornwell not going to chase that one. Cornwell comes up empty, and that's the final and 3rd out here at the MLB Urban Youth Academy here on this Thursday evening. The Orange County Riptide come into the MLB Urban Youth Academy for the first time this season and are victorious by a score of 16-9. They finished with 16 runs, 13 hits, and 3 errors, while the Barons come up short, scoring 9 runs, had 12 hits, and 8 errors. Yes, 8 errors. That's going to be the main theme of tonight's broadcast. The defense as a whole really struggled. I do want to start doing something new here on the broadcast at the end of each game. Pick a player of the game. Hard to pick a player of the game, but offensively, big moment came in the bottom of the 4th when the Barons were down 7-0 and they're going to start clawing back in it. Adam Arroyo hit the 2-run home run back in the bottom of the 4th inning. He only had 2 ABs, so went 1 for 2 with that 2-run home run, has 2 RBIs as well. But he is tonight's player of the game here on the MLB Urban Youth Academy. Again, I'm Noah Alvarez. Thanks for tuning in to another broadcast. Saturday, we'll be here at the same time, same place, 6:05. If you can't make it out to the ballpark, come check us out. Again, we'll have the stream here on YouTube, but come check us out here as the Barons will take on the Ventura County Pirates. Again, for everyone who helped out with the broadcast, I'm Noah Alvarez signing off, and we'll catch you guys